All right. Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Roll Hit Die. Our normal game for tonight is put on hold due to strenuous work activity. Real life comes first. So we're letting Ronnie have a bit of a rest. He may join us later on, but we'd really like for him to get rested up because he's had a rough last few days. But on good part is I need to adjust that. Thank you. I had it adjusted just in case he jumped in. But Rod is decided to volunteer his services and run us through something called TORG Eternity. I'm about to say the other thing you're going to announce later.
Yep.
So we're going to play a new game. So it's not new; it's just new for us, and it's a little starter thing. So jump in, join in, watch us, help us out. Um, and we're going to learn something together. Well, most of us are going to learn something together, and who knows, maybe eventually it may be a recurring game on one of our streams. Something we're working towards. I do need to put out some announcements. Of course, Roll20 is where you're seeing all our maps and our minis and all that. Also, most of our gameplay with Torg Eternity is done through Theater of the Mind, but you will have some stuff up on the screen to kind of give you a visual.
I like a visual.
Yes, a little bit of a visual is always cool. Let's see. Also, I don't want to forget the GUI Kickstarter is still active. We've collected a lot. I believe the last time I heard we had surpassed the $80,000 mark. We still have several stretch goals available, and if you if you jump in there and check out some of the products, you won't be disappointed. Also, if we reach the 100,000 mark, we get an actual Christmas adventure, and on the cover is Alphinius Goo in a hat, and apparently that's a big
In
thing.
a hat.
It's a big thing for a lot of people. So
Is he opposed to hats?
he
Yes.
says he is a wizard.
Vehemently.
He's a wizard who doesn't wear a hat. There's no need for a hat.
Except for, he needs a hat.
No, hats.
Mm-hmm.
You're part of the
Yep.
conspiracy.
Mm.
Hats are not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, so that's one of the things he's said.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a running gag as far as Facebook and some of the Discord is concerned. Let's see. I mentioned of course, the Kickstarter, our Roll20. GUI Cube is our sponsor on our Friday night games. Once we get the next two chapters running, we'll jump back into running that with the players.
Do we have a date for that?
We do not yet, but it is one of the rewards that you get for one of the products you get through part of the Kickstarter. Is that
They'll tell you the date?
Books. No, you'll get the items.
It's a stretch reward. You'll know when it's available.
Stretch goal, you'll get to know you'll play again someday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, one of the actual tiers is you get Chapter 3, Chapter 4, the I think it's West Verdestia book. There's like 5 or 6 books. Not to mention all the stretch goals that come with it once it's all said and done.
Yeah, I went ahead and actually backed them with the tier with the first 3 chapters and then 1 or 2 of the source books. And then I'm really excited because I think it's one that I run a game with my son, and I think running it at home, especially after playing it here, would be a little easier for me to run. But I think my son's going to really enjoy it.
So what's that lowest amount?
I don't know what the
That
lowest
gets you
amount
those
is.
chapters.
I did 200, but it was one of the early birds, so I don't know what it is now.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd have to go check myself, but I know that it starts.
I'll check now.
Like anything else, it starts at $1 just to get me a little bit to give out. But one of the top ones is like a couple $1,000s, and that involves all the products.
There's only so many of those, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Some of those might be gone.
Probably.
Or most
yeah.
of them.
And that's not just the products themselves, but that also gives you, you go out to their facility and actually play a game with them.
okay, so I have that information.
Excellent.
For
Then I will allow
$30, you get the first chapter PDF and then the silver stretch gold, which most of the stretch goals are gold or platinum. For $55, you get chapter 1 digitally and then the cyclopedia. And then $55 again, you can pick any chapter. For $110, you get 2 chapters. So I think to really start and be able to go through the game for a while, it would be 110.
Okay.
And
I was just curious.
also,
That's for both physical and PDF.
and
So
what
that's
is,
kind
what
of
is
cool.
the
I like having an actual book.
what
Me
is
too.
the
I like
highest?
having an actual book.
What is the reward for the highest?
All right, let's scroll all the
You're
way
getting
down.
crazy
all the
now,
way
right?
down.
Now, why?
Oh, it's no longer available, but you get all of the chapters 1 through 5. You get the Darkhaven City box and the Gloomport box sets. You get the cyclopedias, all the 3 volumes of that. You get 2 character portraits based on your image. You would have gotten a premier location collaboration to be guaranteed in one of the cities, a custom floor plan signed by the artist, an adventure collaboration so you can work with them to make your own one-shot, and then premier character placement in the tale, so your NPCs based off of your 2 things would then be in the story. And then a 2-day experience at GUI Cube HQ for you and a friend that doesn't include travel and lodging. And then you get all of the stretch goals. But those
Does
are
it say
sold
where
out.
the HQ is?
Outside Colorado Springs, isn't
I
it?
think
Yeah,
so.
it's
Yeah.
Colorado Springs, Colorado area at least.
But the highest tiers are gone.
Yeah, it looks
Yep.
like all the 2 minimum number of people tiers are gone.
Okay, but yeah, check it out. I'm sure there's a tier that'll fit. That'll work for you. Check it out and give a little, get some, and if it's just a little bit to whet your appetite for the GUI cube, then you're hooked and it's all over. Also, I almost forgot. We still have our Extra Life fundraiser page up. We've not shut any of that down. So I am sharing that link in the chat now. If you'd like to go to that chat and maybe just donate some under whoever's name you want to. We're not in a competition for that. We just want to give an option so that you can give money to help out the Children's Miracle Network. And do you have the link for the Kickstarter by chance with since you just brought it up?
Yeah, I can pop that in there. Or pop it in chat so you can pop it in. I
Yeah,
guess.
pop it in Roll20 chat. I will copy and
Sure.
pop it in the other.
They are currently at 80,907 out of on their Kickstarter.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll copy that. Oop. I need to copy the
And
link.
for our viewers out there, if first time playing, Crendon's a lot better character to play than Sayir. Just saying.
We'll let others decide.
It sounds
Sure.
more like
We'll let them be the jury.
an opinion than an actual fact. But all the characters are great to play, and all my players have had a real good time playing the particular characters involved.
Mhm,
I actually had a little one shot during our day play that I think you guys were able to play other characters that were in the troop that were not actually, I guess, available at the time.
Yeah, there were some characters that were not part of the troop, but there were characters that were available at the time we started,
Yeah,
but not
weren't picked.
city common, people.
All right, I can't think of anything else unless there's any other announcements anybody else would like to make before we get started. I take the sound of crickets as a no. So
No, I don't have
I
anything.
will pass this glorious game of TORG off to our game master. Now, geez Louise, love that. Now, I did have a question for you. Do we call you a GM in this game because of the Gauntman?
Game Master.
It's funny actually. The big bad, the absolute. Well, let me answer your question. Let me get your question in a minute. Let me talk about what TORG is, and then we'll talk about the High Lords, and then we'll talk about the big bad villain, and then we'll talk about me, and how we'll see how those things are related. So I believe this is one of the designers who said this. I'm gonna read this quote. Hope you guys don't mind that it's not an original. Imagine a role-playing game with an adventuring party consisting of John McClane, Harry Potter, Van Helsing, Captain America, Lara Croft, and Jackie Chan. One week they travel to New York to race against Belloc to find treasures in Land of the Lost. The next week they go to Cairo to fight ninjas in the world of Raiders of the Lost Ark. The following week they go to France and fight the Spanish Inquisition in the Matrix. All three of these are set in the same world, that is Torg. The basic premise is, as you can see on this map that Dan has shown on the screen, invaders have come from other dimensions to steal Earth's energy, literally the potential to mold reality. Um, they have come and superimposed their own reality on top of ours, changing the very laws of physics, in some case bringing magic or miracles or psychic abilities. In one case, they've even brought pulp type hero characters. Uh, the the conceit that's built into the game is that our characters are good guys. They're storm knights. They are defending Earth. Some of them are not from Earth anymore. Some of them may even be elves or dwarves or Edinos, lizard people, from other worlds completely. But they are here to help battle the High Lords because the High Lords are evil. It is the goal of the High Lords to amass so much of this energy that they become this godlike being, ultimate being known as the Torg. Okay. Each of these High Lords has a darkness device which lets them suck up the possibilities of Earth. The possibilities are that possibility energy, the ability that eventually our characters will have to take to change and shape reality. The baddest of these High Lords is the one from Arosh, because Arosh is the worst Cosm. You don't ever want to go to Arosh. That particular High Lord is the Gaunt Man. Now, it is probably just entirely coincidental that the Gaunt Man might be abbreviated as GM. I'm sure that has absolutely nothing to do with me personally. No one
Sure.
accused me of being gaunt, at least not for the last 25 years. But be that as it may. Now, if it helps, I had been playing Torg when it came out early in the 90s, and I only realized Gaunt Man GM about 4 years ago, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. So, yeah, sometimes, things are right in front of us and you don't see them. This particular adventure that we're doing tonight is called Day One. It literally takes place during that initial invasion, which means our characters know nothing about how the mechanics of reality, how things work.
Very convenient, since I know
Right.
nothing about the mechanics of the game and how things work.
How does
I was
this
about
work?
to say, right. That is probably pretty convenient because most of us don't know anything about any of what we're going to be doing. So Dan has played a few times, but it's Dan, so we don't have a high standard of understanding. It's okay.
Fair.
So
Your nose itching?
it is. I see that you're giving me the finger. I'll remember that.
You're the number one GM in my book.
No, thank you. I'm going to call attention to, you'll see where it says players journals up there, because there are a few little handouts. You guys should feel free to look at the primer, the GM screen, any of those things. If you have, there's just little bits there, a glossary of terms and some stuff like that. Each of you has gone ahead and picked a character. They are pre-generated characters. This adventure is going to be set in India. I do appreciate that you guys are playing pre-generated characters. And hopefully we'll be able to give everyone a pretty good experience of what is Torg supposed to be. You had asked earlier, Tara, about how characters become Storm Knights and stuff like that. And I said, yeah, all that's your backstory. That happens before you ever start playing. We're going to do things a little bit differently this evening, because on a day one, you don't really have much of a backstory for what happened before the possibility wars have started. So that's kind of where we are. The players who are watching will probably notice that you guys have cards, because cards do come into play in this game. We haven't talked about that mechanic much. Those cards will become available to you guys after your characters go from Ords, ordinary people, into heroes, known as Storm Knights. So we will get to that. The blue deck Destiny is going to be the cards that you guys draw. You'll periodically be able to trade with each other. And honestly, there are a lot of folks who'll be like, it seems a little metagamey. Yeah, but that's a fun part of the metagame. And it lets you guys really make things synergize well. The red is the drama deck, and then it's basically going to govern initiative and the flow of combat. And the last is the Cosm deck. Those cards are things that are specifically shaped by the reality you're in. And there'll be a few nasty little treats there, but we're going to hold off on those. So we'll get there when we get there.
Just as long as we're not in that Aurora area you were talking about earlier, we'll be fine.
No, and in fact, I believe I said we were going to be in India.
Yes.
Right? Which happens to be Aurora. It is the absolute worst place to go, and you don't want to go there.
It's weird how that all just flows together.
Strange.
Well, I said to Dan, I'm like, look, these are the different options that I already have that I've run recently, and I remember real well. What do you think? He's like, I think our group would like Aurora. And I'm like, you think so? He's like, oh yeah. I'm like, okay, well,
Sure.
let's do that then. The other realities, the ones he turned down, are the Living Land. And Dan, if you can ping or point as we do these, the Living Land, I tell everyone, think shamanistic lizard folks riding dinosaurs. Okay.
Sounds like a great time.
It is. I mean, it's very action packed. A little bit of the Lost World kind of, right? Because it's supposed to be a cinematic game. So all of these different genres, you can think of TV shows, movies, books that you're going to find. And in fact, even built into the Living Land, and something that Dan's been doing on our Wednesday night games, was exploring the land below. There is literally a world in the center of the earth, and he got to go explore that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes,
It's a terrible place.
The
My son
character
loves it.
calls
He's like,
me
that's
husband.
a terrible place. I can't wait to go.
I said the individual who calls me husband in that game is from that area.
Yes. So one of the Wasp riders, he played, I think, romance card. And eventually she's like, all right, fine. And I will be in charge and you will be my husband.
It was
Next we'll go to Isle, right? That is the red area, which is your magical reality. Think elves, dwarves, your traditional game that we're usually used to playing on a Friday night that we're not doing tonight because our GM has gotten beaten up this week, basically. Underneath that, in the area of France, and it will expand, is your cyberpunk setting. This is going to be cyberpunk with a twist, because it's not just cyberpunk, it's the cyber papacy. So imagine if you had that schism that happened between Avignon and Rome, except, the corrupt popes in Avignon took over and eventually conquered the world. And now you have the Spanish Inquisition in the Matrix, right? You're allowed to think what we tell you to think. Now, fortunately, this is actually a fairly pleasant place because, Pierre Jean, that's Father Jean Malraux to you, he's going to look after all of you, and he's going to make sure you get the cyberware you need so you can live well. Having a heart or kidney problem, we'll give you a new one. Don't worry. All you have to do is jack in to go to church and make sure you do and say things that keep your piety score up. Because with your piety score, with a good piety score, you can unlock achievements and get rewards. It's
Not
a weird
manipulating
cosm.
at all.
What?
No manipulation there at all.
Let's see.
No. And jacking into the godnet is not addictive. It's addictive. And it's just fine, and you should go all the time.
So,
Watch you all the
question.
time. Yes.
If your piety score goes down, I'm thinking something like Repo Man.
It could, yeah. Absolutely. Why not?
Anybody
And
seen
in fact, I'm doing that in my home game, and I gave them all a little piety score thing on their character sheet. And one person's like, and we had this conversation for exactly what was going to happen, and then 20 minutes later, the conversation happened. He's like, Rod, my score went down 10 points. I'm like, yeah, what'd you do? I'm like, yeah, I see that. He goes, what'd I do? And I'm like, what did you do? Then somebody else is like, what did you do? Now we get into a combat, and a little while later, someone's like, I'm negative 1,700. I don't know what happened. Well, obviously you're a witch, and magic is frowned on, and you don't follow the true God because you worship these Egyptian deities. You're a pagan, and you did things in public. You should be ashamed of yourself. Go turn yourself in, and we'll burn you at the stake.
They call that.
bear in mind,
Wait. They
those
call
are the
that
bad
cleansing,
guys.
don't they? Don't they call that cleansing?
It can, and usually they'll stream it online too, which is kind of funny that you're playing a game online streaming and we're talking about stuff like that that's going to happen in the game. But not this game, because Dan said, no. That'd be a little too on the nose for what we're doing. Next, if you'll go up to Russia, that is Tharkold. Tharkold might be one of the most brutal realities. It is magic using cybernetically enhanced demons fighting a war against psychic humans. And when they invaded Russia, well, the Russians, they're pretty hardcore. So they're like, oh, you're invading from another dimension? Have a nuke. How does that go? Well, what it ended up going was creating that area called the Blasted Land, where the
That
Fallout
checks out.
combined with all the reality stuff, and has created kind of this extra little Mad Max area that nobody knew was going to come, that was going to happen. It's fantastic. If you'll come down to the Nile Empire, the 10th Empire of the Nile is ruled by the evil pharaoh Dr. Mobius. You can think 1930s pulp reality. So your Indiana Jones movies, your
The
Mummy
Phantom.
movies,
I always think of the Phantom when you mention that.
your film noir detective stories, all of that's down there.
All
And
right.
you play a hero from there? Yes, absolutely. It's not going to be your Marvel DCEU type heroes of you're really super powered, but
That'll be real good with the whip.
yeah, there's a bullwhip on the list, and I know a couple of people who have one. I actually have one woman. She described her character as I am playing the 1930s Scarlet Jones. Excuse me, 1930s Black Widow,
Nice.
and that's exactly what. And it's a really good character and
Yeah.
interesting and stuff. She's a doctor, so she's Doctor this, and when she takes the mask off, she a totally different identity. I'll get to Aurora last, and then we can segue into what we're doing tonight. That green area is the Pan-Pacific Alliance. Fortunately, there's no invasion there. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Sure. Yep.
There's
Only
no invasion
normal
there.
folk.
Now, the Kanawa Corporation has recently established itself, and they're here to help us against the invaders. Now, unfortunately, they do have a little bit of a problem with a small outbreak of disease that we'll just say is like a zombie apocalypse. But in that reality, and if it helps, this came out 4 years ago,
Yeah, a little bit.
and um, there is an infection, there is a contagion. Everyone's worried about disease.
Was it from a vaccine? Did a vaccine go wrong?
No. Well, no one knows where it came from.
Curious.
It started the same day everything was invaded, so it probably has something to do with that. But thankfully, the Kanawa Corporation is here to help. Now, they're not like the Umbrella Corporation at all, because they are actually here to help. Yes, sometimes they firebomb entire cities to get rid of, the Jiangxi and the infected.
Greater
They gotta
good.
do that to protect the rest of us.
Yeah.
So, honestly, if you were to take a lot of the elements that are in a cyberpunk game, except for the cybernetics, right? That kind of society, that would fit pretty well. There's also a lot of that's in terms of personality and how I play. I Ghost in the Shell to me is very reminiscent of the modern day Pan Pacifica.
Okay.
The company that is producing this said, "Hey, we're going to wait to release this book because this one's going to be about a disease and infection and stuff like that, and it's a little too on the nose. So let's wait on that, so no one has to worry about we're so disappointed by this."
Especially where it's actually located on the map here.
It is 100% coincidental because that's where it was back in the 90s too. So, finally, we get to India, right? Your Victorian horror. And it is 1870s, 1880s type technology, along with horror. It is a fairly nasty place. Fortunately, there are some people who have the ability to call upon miracles. They're pretty few and far between, though. And for the most part, darkness and evil rules in a wash. This map, everything that's kind of happened on day one. And you can see there are a couple of invasions that are mostly small. And then you see India is engulfed. Fortunately, that has not happened to any of you guys yet. And in fact, there is scheduled for a day or so from now a very formal wedding to happen in the small rural village of Chokmali. Most of you guys are either participants or guests who are going to this wedding. There's a rented bus, including a bus driver. I think one of you has said, "Yeah, I'll be a bus driver," and that is where you are headed. You are staying in Madurai. I'm terrible with a lot of these.
We are going to butcher the language,
Yeah,
and
we
I
are.
apologize
Absolutely are.
profusely
Yeah.
profusely.
But we promise that we won't aboo it, I guess.
No, we're not going to do that. We all agreed we're not going to do that.
No.
So you're heading for the small village of Chokmali. It is the hometown of the groom, whose name is Rajan. Rajan, the bride, and her parents went ahead. They traveled in his car. And, obviously you guys have the bus that you're going to get there. Unfortunately, your bus had a few mechanical problems, and so it's delayed you a little bit. But at this point, things seem to be going well. I do want to talk for a moment before we continue about the different characters that you guys have picked to play this evening.
Mhm.
So I'll kind of go down across the bottom. We have Vikas. Who is playing Vikas?
That'd be me. I'm playing Vikas.
Am I pronouncing it the way you're going to pronounce it, or should I do it
Pretty much how I'd pronounce it.
Okay. Because I'm going to pronounce it the way you do. It's just that makes more sense to me.
Because I don't know how they pronounce their actual words over there, so I'm just going to pronounce it the
Vikas. Okay, so tell us, what can you tell us about Vikas? It's probably not a lot because it's a pre-gen, but go ahead, do your best.
Well, Vikas has known Rajan for years. He's both a friend of his family as well as a spiritual counselor. So I'm going to assume Vikas is a bit of a religious individual. Well, Rajan's bride has asked him to give her away at the wedding since her father died when she was young, and also to preside over the ceremony, which is much to my pride and joy.
Excellent. Thank you. Divya. Why don't we hear about Divya? Who is Divya? I think, is that you, Tara?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So I'm only coming to the wedding because I am good friends with the groom's little sister. How are we pronouncing that?
You decide, and that's how we're all going to pronounce it.
I don't know. I call her KK.
We'll say Kelly. Kelly it is.
I don't really know what I'm doing with my life yet. I mean, I'm into chemistry, but that's more because my parents were pushing me into it. So I don't know. I'm really just kind of wandering around aimlessly right now, and I'm just here to support my friend. And people call me D.
I've added your friend here.
Yes. She's a very good friend of mine. So I'm looking forward to just letting loose after the wedding at the celebration with her.
Okay. I think next we have Shyam.
It's actually pronounced Sham.
Shyam.
Yes, I went on Google and checked.
Did you? Oh.
Wait, you
well, look at me.
I am playing Sham. He is Rajan's best friend and best man. They have worked together for years, along with Shilpa. They were the inseparable terrible three in the office. He's not sure this wedding is right for Rajan.
Okay.
He thinks he can do better.
And Shilpa, you said, is your friend from the office, so I've gone ahead and added her. She's showing that token right below you.
Oh, okay.
And I believe last is Sujit.
Suit. I'm just going with suit.
Okay.
that J does not exist.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna say it because I might be slightly OCD.
Okay. So Suit is a transport driver. I own my own minibus company. I drive into the protected forest and throughout the entire area. The trip that we're all on started off pretty badly with a surprise mechanical issue that put us all behind schedule.
Yep.
Calling my competence into question, I am going to prove that this bus is a super reliable vehicle. There's nothing wrong with it.
There isn't.
That didn't happen. It was just
okay.
And the day is going to be a great day. Nothing can go wrong. It's going to be perfect. We're going to get there. It's going to be amazing.
I'm sure that it will. I believe everything you just said.
Is it an open bar wedding? Because I might need a drink after this bus ride. It's very hot in here.
No. I'm sure you'll be fine.
I'm sure everything will be fine. All will be well.
Indeed. I was just thinking it, but I was like, no. Everyone hears me say that all the time. No one wants to hear that anymore. All will be well. All will be. No, all right.
I never hear it directed at me, so it's a new
So,
thing.
Right.
I did not mention this in the bio, but Vikas is a pujari, which is a Hindu priest. And I think I pronounced it right.
I don't know. Let's check with Marcus.
Marcus?
Come on.
What's that? I'm sorry.
No,
Can you spell
Pujari.
that?
It's not. I'm sorry at all. I don't.
Pujari is the name of it. That's how you pronounce the...
Puraji. Puraji. I believe it's Puraji. A Puraji. One of those. I'm not sure.
Pujari.
I'm sorry, internet. Sorry.
Right. The best we can do in our ignorance.
Yes. So that I just figured I'd point that out as to why he's a religious mentor, counselor, or whatever.
So, Sham, you get a call the evening before we're really getting started from Rajan. He says he's nearly home. The weather above, it looks like someone's seasonal storms are coming. It's very, very overcast. The clouds look angry. And he's expecting, but he is expecting to get home before the storm gets bad. You are aware, all of you, that Chokmali is nestled in the jungle. It is reached by unpaved roads, which are going to be fairly treacherous at night or during storms. So, he says he'll see you all tomorrow. Please make sure the driver drives safely, etc.
You muted yourself.
Oops.
Can you unmute him?
Okay.
There it is.
Okay,
The driver
man.
drives safely and...
Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It lets me give you a hard time. And as long as I can give you a hard time, we're always good. Where was I? I was saying that drive safely because the roads are very bad at night. The roads are very bad in bad weather. And he's looking forward to seeing all of you. You should make sure you get there before it gets dark. Now, the next morning, there are no more messages. There are no messages. You can try to reach him, Sham, but, the mobile phone coverage up there just isn't very good. So there's probably a network issue or something like that.
Storms.
It's just unfortunate. I believe at some point, Sujit will try to get everyone on the road.
Yes.
Because, you just said you have something to prove here.
Yeah, we gotta get going.
Yes, I need to be there to officiate, so yes, we must get going.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this bus.
Well, as you're exiting the city proper itself, at one point the bus seems to sputter and almost stall a little bit.
Oh, no.
Like you all kind of get a little bit of a jerking, and at the same time you get this shiver that just runs up and down your spine as if somebody had just walked over your grave.
Do not worry, just cat in the road. It's fine.
Has this bus not been serviced lately?
I
No.
should have drove.
Animals in the road. It's fine.
It must be animals in the road.
I should have called an Uber.
I'm trying to sleep, leaning ahead against the window. I'm just like, just tell me when we're there.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to put these things up here in the upper left corner. But those are for me. Don't pay any attention to them. They don't mean anything.
Perfect.
Sure.
They mean nothing.
What? Why are you laughing, Dan?
They're there to look pretty. That is all.
Thank you. I'm glad you think that they look pretty. Now, normally, anyone who's made this trip, especially you, Suit, have this. Let's face it, Chokmali. It is, as we said before, it's way out there. So the traffic heading there is usually not bad at all. However, today the road is completely empty. Like there's no traffic. And as you're traveling at one point, you do notice there are a couple abandoned cars pushed off to the side of the road.
That's weird.
And at one point, you even notice that, it's starting to be more and more. You even have to slow down because there are some cars that just appear to be stalled, just stopped right in the middle of the road.
And there's no people around them?
No.
Um,
I mean, unless you want to.
Can somebody check their phone to find out if there's any news as far as accidents or something?
This is
no signal whatsoever.
Okay.
There's nothing here.
Perfect. That's all. You were saying, do we have to stop, push the vehicle out of the way, or can we go around them?
You should be able to go around them. Now, if you'd like, you'll see on your character sheet, you especially, there should be there should be something that says land vehicles.
Yes.
So if you'd like, I mean, you can be like, you know what, I'm going to gun it, and I'm going to be stepping on this and zooming in and out of traffic. And you can roll that for us. Or you can say, you know what, we're going to slow down, we're going to stop, and we're going to push cars out of the way. What's your preference?
You know what? We're just going to go blowing through. There's nothing wrong with this place. This bus is going to work. I'm confident in my skills. I'm just not confident in the way the dice act with me.
Okay.
So we're going to do this.
All right. So you're going to floor it then?
Yes.
All right, so go ahead and roll that land vehicles. Right, roll 20. I think the name is Giggs or something, who built this sheet. Works very, very well in roll 20, and I absolutely love it.
So I just clicked the land vehicles word.
Yep.
Okay.
It'll ask you for the modifier. No modifier right now.
No modifier, gotcha.
Your standard difficulty is usually going to be a 10. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, right, that is not. You've rolled a 4, and a 4 has a negative modifier that it's going to put on top of your skill. So I'm afraid that I'm not entirely sure what it was.
Watch out for that car there.
For the dog.
But you suspect that you feel something kind of hit underneath the bottom of the bus.
This is fun.
But you don't end up going off the road. You don't crash into anything. What? Although you do notice probably within a few moments later that you're almost empty. Like the needles.
Did you bust the gas can there?
So
no, it's fine. Just faulty gauges. It's fine.
You hit an animal. You didn't fuel up this morning. You didn't charge your cell phone. What is wrong with you people?
No, my phone's
charged.
I could check mine right now.
Your vehicle's going to stall out, and in fact, none of you are actually picking up. Like your phones are all dead.
Right.
Like brick. Like they don't. There's no power.
No juice. That's why.
No juice.
Oh,
okay. Man.
So what? Nobody charged their cell phones?
My phone is attached to a portable charger, and it's still not coming on. This is not a normal issue.
Who here has a?
Maybe it's a faulty charger cord.
The attributes on your character sheet, which for those of you who are playing, we barely covered because we didn't really have the time.
Yeah, we didn't touch
Charisma,
on that
dexterity, mind, spirit, and strength.
Mm-hmm.
They typically scores usually range. They can be as low as a 5, and they'd usually be as high as a 13.
Oh.
Most of the time, it's going to be a 7 or an 8.
Okay.
Having something really low or really high is incredibly rare. So is there anyone here who has 8, 9, or maybe even a 10 mind?
I have an 8 mind.
Oh.
You have an 8.
8 mind.
So the 8 mind, the two of you are probably going to notice amongst all the cars up ahead, you see a couple of, they look like carriages. Like old style horse drawn fancy carriages.
Did Rajan order carriages for his wedding? I don't recall. Well, we're not even close to there yet, are we? To the wedding location.
Several hours away.
Well, it wouldn't be here then.
Now, at this point, your bus is stalled. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off of the bus.
Driver.
No, it's fine. I just gotta check something. And I'll get out.
It's hot. There's no airflow. I'm getting off the bus.
Okay.
Step off myself.
I'm gonna take my large purse with
and
me.
start, doing some praying, for the bus to work so we can make it to the wedding in time.
Okay.
When I get off the bus, are we close to any of the stalled vehicles?
Oh yeah, they're all over the place.
I want to go peek in there and see if I notice anything inside a vehicle.
Now, this town we're driving through right now, are we familiar with that? Is this something that's held ordinary that we normally see on a daily basis?
The vehicles like this that are at the side of the road is definitely out of the ordinary.
I want to go
It
check
literally
these.
looks like just people have just pulled their cars over or pushed them
Are
over.
there any horses attached to these carriages, or just carriages?
No. Now, a couple of the cars that you see, you think Devia thinks she might see a little bit of blood splatters, but it's hard to say.
I'm gonna go look
Like
at the
on the
carriages.
windows or on the outside or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Just, that sounds like more than a little.
Well, while she's checking out these stalled
Yeah, I
out
guess
vehicles,
it is more than a little.
I'm
But there's no body, so it can't be that bad. Must have been a car accident.
I'm gonna go check these carriages because they're odd, an odd thing to be seeing out here. So I'm just gonna go take a look at them.
Are there any buildings around? Storefront, stuff like that?
Up ahead, it looks like it's probably about a quarter of a mile off. There's a gas station.
Well, good.
Now, Dan,
we can
real
walk.
quick. In the one carriage that you're looking in, weird. There's a kerosene lantern and a sword.
Pull the sword out, expecting to be one of those decorative things.
No, this is an actual literal short sword.
So I'm assuming
Okay.
fire combat is guns.
Correct. Fire combat is guns.
Energy weapons is obviously energy weapons. So, yeah,
Yep.
So-
just figured I'd check on that end.
I will. I mean, is there kerosene in this lamp?
Yeah,
This is odd.
it's very odd.
And that's the only thing I find in here, see in here. How's
Well,
the
I mean, again, there's some signs of blood.
how fresh is it?
Hours, maybe. I mean, it's
Congealed, but not.
slightly sticky
dry.
to the touch.
Is there a trail leading away or something?
There could be. You want to roll some tracking? If you don't have it, you can roll mind, and we can see.
Tracking or find?
Yeah, tracking or mind.
Mind.
Tracking is a mind skill.
All right. Well, I'll just hit the tracking.
Okay.
And nope. Nope. I don't
Looks
see.
clear.
Yeah.
Juices.
There's blood. Yeah. There's blood here.
There is blood. You're surprised by the blood, and
Hey.
again, that feeling just kind of goes up and down.
So, since
There's,
I have kind
there's
of
blood over in these carriages, and I found some items that I thought they were like show props, but they appear to be real.
there's blood in the car
Huh.
too. Since I have a chemistry science background, would I be able to look at the blood and tell if like it's a lot, like this is enough blood for someone to have died off of, or they should be seeking medical attention right away off of?
You can give me a roll.
How
Would
much
that
noise
be
are you
science or
making?
evidence?
Yeah, science. Evidence analysis is better if you have it.
How much noise?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, how far away from the bus is the carriages?
Actually, it's really quiet out here.
So,
Shit.
Okay, I
mean,
didn't roll as bad as the previous people, but it's
You
still
didn't,
not great.
but we're typically usually starting at a 10 and going up.
Yeah.
It's not great. But I still
Yeah, that was
didn't,
not great.
do
But,
what they did, so I feel good.
I'm probably kind of loud because I'm like, yelling over at the bus and wherever she's at in the car. I'm sure we're like two different directions.
Well, I'm gonna go check out up there. I see a gas station.
Okay.
See what the hell's going on.
Though you're aware, as you kind of start heading that direction, you think you hear a scream come from the gas station.
I'm
will
going with it.
relay that and start taking off.
Okay. Now, real quick, as you start taking off, you realize there is something terrible going on here.
The blood in the cars, wasn't it? Okay.
What's that?
So the blood in the
Wait a
cars
minute.
didn't tell us that.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, but you remember I had said earlier at some point when, so some people, when faced with a decision And there's this conflict of realities coming together, which even though your characters have not figured that out, that is what's going on. Have this moment of crisis,
Wait,
this moment where they're presented with some sort of moral choice and this conflict between two realities, and they see a possibility and they seize upon it. Sham has done that. He's motivated and moved into action. And at this point, Sham, we're going to replace your character with that new version.
Sham, wait a minute. This
Well, I
whole
think he just took off.
yeah, I'm yelling at him as he goes taking off.
Okay.
You do whatever you're doing with him, but as a character is concerned, I'm thinking, wait, be careful because you may be running into a set. I mean, this all looks like something out of a movie, so we may be you may be running into an actual set. So,
Hollywood.
Yeah, well,
Could be.
I mean,
Yeah.
Now, Sham, I'm gonna. You are now able to use those cards that you have in your hand.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm going to deal one of these to each of you guys to save you time. These are the Cosm cards we were talking about earlier.
sorry.
I love the Cosm cards. I don't know who came up with the idea of, hey, these are the things that we need to do for this game when they were coming out with TORG Eternity compared to the old one. But whoever had the idea of Cosm cards is, in my mind, an absolute friggin' genius.
And on top of that, it gives the players a chance to actually
Make the story worse.
mess the
Or
game.
better.
Yeah.
Up to you.
Very optimistic.
Yes.
Well, you'll see.
So the Cosm cards are tied very specifically to the reality. You guys are in a Rorsch. Now I'm going to give you two handouts here. One that says Core Earth, one that says a Rorsch. And you'll notice on here we have four things across the top called axioms. And maybe when you get a moment, if you're willing, Dan, you can kind of put the two handouts side by side so that we can all see the difference.
Okay.
And the axioms, those numbers really define what's possible. So, for example, Core Earth, you'll see magic axiom of 9. Magic's not real. We all know magic's not real. Maybe there are a couple little things, Ouija
It's
board,
science.
little things, maybe, but magic, not real. But in a Rorsch, well, some magic is real. Not a lot, but some. Now, there's a social axiom. The social axiom is going to be about cooperation, working together, etc., etc. And there can be some psychic abilities that get tied to that high social axiom. Well, a Rorsch has a lower social axiom, right? Again, this is, think Victorian England. So, unfortunately, there are some things that, used to take place in Victorian England, and while maybe in a Rorsch women have a few more rights than they had in our own Earth at that point in time, Victorian England's not a pleasant place to live. If you're, not me or Dan, right?
That's a very nice way of putting it.
Thank you. I do my best. The spirit axiom governs spirituality, religion, etc. And again, here you can see Core Earth has a lower spiritual axiom than a Rorsch. The power of religion is stronger in a Rorsch, which is probably fitting because it's a reality about Victorian horror. Holding a crucifix out can actually do something. And in fact, for any of you, you can always say, you know what, I'm going to try rolling my faith, if I have it, as to use against these terrible, terrible creatures. And finally, there's the tech axiom, right? Technology. Obviously, a Rorsch has a lower tech axiom than Earth, and that's what you'd expect, again, given it's Victorian, right? The train is the height of technology. That gets you from place to place. And we have the telegraph now. So that's kind of where you guys are.
Yeah, we don't have the hot air balloons yet, do we?
Oh, yeah, no, they do. They did.
Okay, and there
They're slower than trains.
Hot air balloons at this point had been designed initially, I think about 60 to 80 years before that, but they were still very, very rare, very dangerous, and pretty expensive. But if I recall correctly, either Franklin or Adams got to see one fairly early when they were, after the birth of the United States when they were in France. So they've definitely been around. So yes, actually, you're around the world in 80 days. That technology is totally a Rorsch. you're going around the world in 80 days either because you're a monster or because you're pursuing a monster or being pursued by monsters is also a Rorsch. However, the world they came from is almost completely destroyed because, the Gaunt Man.
Couldn't we say this is kind of like a League of Extraordinary Gentlemen type time period as well?
Yeah.
Would that fit
You
in?
could. And in fact, if you were to ever mix the two cosms of the Nile Empire and of Rorsch, it might feel a lot like that. Hey, by the way, I have a module prepped that's just like that. But, that's for another time when the GM's tired to do
That
something.
is another story.
We'll talk about that later. So, Marcus, you now have the ability to use these cards.
Okay.
Now, I do want to point out some of these cards, every time where it says a plus number, you're adding that to your final number. So you see where Devia had a result of a 9. Well, there's an action card that says +3. You would add that to the 9 to get a 12. You don't add it to the die roll.
Yeah. You don't...
Okay.
Ultimately, what it means is those numbers you're adding, because the die roll is a sliding scale, it means that +3 is usually going to be most of the times bigger than the die roll.
Now, the die rolls, your slide chart up there shows it goes higher than 20.
It does, because 10s and 20s can explode. And those numbers can get really, really big. And we'll talk at one point, if anyone ends up with a card in their hand that says glory, we'll talk about what happens if you roll a 60. And yes, it is possible to roll a 60. I see you have one there. We will get there.
I got one. I also got one that's basically the opposite of glory.
What? Oh, the opponent fails?
Yeah.
Oh, no. That other card, Martyr, that's not the
I
opposite
also
of
have
glory.
That's
an I win card.
And...
Now, granted,
I lose too.
Costly. Well, yes, but everybody else wins.
Yes. Yeah, I was going through. I'm like, cool.
No.
Well, we'll cover that in a minute, and you don't have to ever play that card. And in fact, we'll even talk about how you can get rid of it in a little while. So, Sham has started running forward, and so hopefully that's us talking about what we're doing has given you a minute or two to kind of look over the character and realize that what you can do. You have some possibilities on your character sheet. You also have 2 abilities. One that should actually say grant possibilities, not grand possibilities, and the other is tenacious. So you have the ability to share your energy with others, and it is going to be harder. You're going to be better at not taking damage than the others. So you also have a Cosm card, which, as you can see, can be really, really bad. Fortunately, you're in daylight, so you don't have to worry about that. But you start running towards
Nice. You're in daylight.
No. You guys should be able to realize at this point you can click the other people's cards and see what they got.
You can. Well,
right?
I think for the most part
there's nothing wrong with that because
I had
you
not
guys
tried
are
that.
all on the same team. Well, I didn't feel it was necessary to point it out yet. So you said you're charging up there.
Yeah, I clicked one of his cards to look at it, and it says steal.
It said steal, yeah. So you'll just say no. You're like no, and it'll say denied. It says denied.
It's kind of his way. It's kind of his way of asking you if you want to trade that card because he could use it, kind of deal.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to look at it.
So, I'll look up.
So Sham's taken off. What are the rest of you doing, real quick?
I'm going to look at the bus driver. Have you figured out what's wrong with that thing yet?
When did you turn into a dwarf?
It would appear that somebody cut the lines.
Did I actually sound like a dwarf then?
Let's just do this.
You did a little bit. It's okay.
Somebody had cut the lines under the bus.
It's okay when you're talking about the machinery. You should always do so as some sort of brogue. Don't you know?
I wasn't trying to.
So yes.
He just went into NPC voice for his Friday night.
Oh, I guess I did. So somebody cut the lines, or you ran over something sharp?
Oh, it looks like somebody had cut the lines under the bus.
It's so bad.
Oh, and it's gonna get worse.
No. Again, internet.
So
Sorry.
I can't let Sham.
Where is he running off to?
Sham. I can't let Sham run off by himself.
So you're going with him?
I can't let him go off by himself in good faith. It just wouldn't be right.
Okay.
And what's up with the buggies over there?
He's just gonna
bad.
keep doing
Just
that. You're
fix,
gonna get a hard time all night, Dan. But
Love it.
just fix the bus so we can get to the wedding and figure out what's going on here.
Is there a hole in the gas tank? I'm assuming.
it looks like whatever you had run over had pulled the fuel line off the tank. The tank itself is not damaged.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna move.
Do you think
these
we could
tokens
siphon
down.
some gas if you can fix that from some of these abandoned cars?
Well, I mean, if it
Absolutely.
looks like the fuel tank is in good shape and the fuel line has just been pulled off, just needs to be put back on, and it should be fine.
All right. So Sham is running forward. I'm just separating these so I can keep track of who's where.
Bye.
Lycus is heading after him. So Sham, as you are heading towards the gas station, coming from around the corner, just shambling towards you.
Shambling, you say?
Sort of. Almost impossible to describe. It looks like, it smells like a corpse, but it's got like plants and stuff kind of growing out of it. And it is coming right towards you. Now, I'm going to ask all of you.
That is some good special effects.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to change the color on this. But I'm going to ask all of you on your character sheet, you should hopefully see a skill that says willpower. If you don't see a skill that says willpower, then I'm going to ask you to instead go ahead and roll your spirit instead.
Yeah, I don't have that. So spirit it is.
Spirit it is.
So yeah, there's willpower under defenses, but I'm not seeing willpower under skills. So
Then if it's not under skills, go
let me
ahead
click
and
the attribute spirit.
Yes.
No modifier.
No.
no modifier.
If
Now, so far it looks like we're doing fine. No one here. Oh,
Well, I'm still by the bus. I was gonna, fix the fuel tank.
sure. However, you see this thing coming towards him, so I'm just going to put this little marker on you. We'll talk about that in a moment.
Perfect.
Sure, it's fine.
It'll be fine. All right, so 1, 2, 3. All right, so you are very stymied. That's what this minus 4 is. If you look at the character sheet over on the right side, you'll see it says stymied. Hit plus twice on that.
Got it.
Basically, whatever you try to do, you're going to have a penalty of -4 to do. That's
Okay.
not -4 to the die roll. That's -4 to the total.
After everything.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, right. It is absolutely horrible. So, Sham, this is what you see coming towards you. And just so you're aware, there's going to be 2 of them.
Okay.
So I'm going to take this card.
Where are
And
the cameras at?
I'm going to, first, I'm going to kind of put them over here so we have an idea of, again, we're not exactly, we're partially theater of the mind, but I like to know what's kind of where. And I like to have this guy off to the side here so that you guys can go look at his numbers when you're trying to decide what to do to hit, etc. Sound
So
good?
sitting down and crying, not ideal.
No,
Okay.
and it's not heroic at all, right?
All right.
Right now,
well,
we need to know
I'll do something else then.
somebody has a sword.
I have
So-
both of them.
And
Sword
you have the lantern as well.
Yeah.
Now, this is the drama deck. The drama deck is going to help us determine initiative, who goes first, etc., etc. One thing that is very, very nice about TORG is you guys are a team, and the initiative order can change from round to round, exactly doing what you want. So, unfortunately, this is a standard encounter. We'll talk about the anatomy of a card at some point. Standard encounter where the villains are going to go first, then the heroes are going to surge. We'll get to that. in a
No, right off the
moment.
bat.
This is fine.
Do I have ability
Next.
to slow down or anything?
Oh, yeah, yes. Well, we have approved
just-
actions here called defend and maneuver.
Right into him.
So these approved actions will get you extra destiny cards if you perform them successfully. And that's going to change from turn to turn. Because again, it's a cinematic game, right? So where these things are coming towards you, you can totally say, you know what, since these things are about to come attack me, I would like to defend.
Okay.
And basically, you sacrifice your turn to take an active defense. It's not a bad thing to do because these stinky plant corpses are coming right towards you. And you have never seen anything like this. He may keep calling them special effects. This stink is real. It's visceral. And you know these things are these things are not from here. These things are wrong and they don't belong. So I'm about to come attack you. If you would like to actively defend, now's the time to say, yeah, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That's a very good idea. So let's go ahead, open up your character sheet. Do you see where it says defenses at the top?
Yes, I do.
Do me a favor, click the word defenses. Now, an active defense, even if you roll very badly, it's still going to give you a bonus to your defenses. So you roll
cool. So that's not instant death. Awesome.
It's not. So basically, it's
Wait
added
for
a
it.
+1 to those 3 defenses that say 9, 9, and 7. All right. These 2 things are going to come attack you. They are going to gang up on you. So
Now, would that be considered where I can play a test? That
is a test. However, here's where the cards get tricky.
Oh, okay.
At the end of every single round, we're going to take one of those cards out of our hands and we're going to move it into our pool. And the cards that are in your pool are the ones that you have available to play.
Okay.
It means the first round,
You got nothing.
sucks.
You're on your
But it'll
own,
get
bud.
better. It'll get better.
And
Now,
they-
do they stay in
All
your pool?
will be well. They'll go in your pool, and at the end of a combat, they all move back into your hand.
and none of us.
Okay, so
none
the
of the
first
rest
round of
us
combat
have,
is always empty.
None of the rest of us technically have any cards. At the moment.
Technically,
Right,
you're all going to have
right.
the cards. We're going to start putting them in pools because things are going to happen.
Well, I'm
Right. We just didn't have the opportunity before now to trade cards.
Okay.
So at the end of the round, I'm going to say, okay, everyone put a card in your pool, and you're going to put a card in your pool.
Okay.
Sound good?
Sure.
All right. Now, since they're both attacking you at the same time, I'm going to just do a single roll, but I'm going to have a +1 because that's the effect of them ganging up.
You got 2 participants. Give the bonus
Yes.
of the +1.
Yes. You saw that combined actions over there.
Yep.
Yep. That's exactly what that is.
disregard that. I
So
did the wrong thing.
I am afraid I have what is called a good success, which means not only do I do the damage I do, but I get to add a d6 to it. And that's called a bonus die. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have 13 damage incoming for you. Do me a favor. Take a look at your character's toughness. Again, that's kind of underneath the defenses. And you see you have an 8.
Yes.
And this is the only part where it's okay, we have to do a little bit of math. I take the toughness, I take the damage I've done, I subtract your toughness, and over here, my damage results table says what happens. So I've given you a wound and 2 shock.
Okay.
Now, if you ever take shock in excess of your capacity, right, your character can take a total of 7 shock, you pass out. If you ever take a wound in excess of your capacity, you test defeat. If you fail, you die.
Okay.
So, shock, non-lethal damage. Wounds, very lethal. Now, you have the possibility here, no pun intended, to say, I want to spend one of my possibilities and roll reality to soak that damage. Remember, you as a hero have the ability to very subtly see different outcomes and pick them. So you can say, I'm going to try to soak because I don't want to take a wound. I don't want to get hit by this Gospog, which is what the is called. So if you'd like to do that, you would tick your possibilities from 3 down to 2, and you'd roll reality.
Okay.
And it is literally you're finding a way to bend reality. Now, you already put your wounded on there and gave yourself a penalty that you didn't have to give yourself.
Okay.
The difficulty at 10, you're going to not take the shock. In order to not take the wound, you have to hit a 15.
Okay.
Now you see where it says you're tenacious
Mm-hmm.
on your perks. This means whenever you roll to avoid damage, you can say, you know what, I'm gonna re-roll, but you're forced to take the second die.
Okay.
So, Rorsch, this particular reality is very brutal, very difficult.
You're welcome.
Fortunately, we have two other characters, pre-gens, that you guys haven't picked yet that we can always fall back on. So it's a question: do you want to do now? You can try to make this better by saying, I'm going to spend a second possibility and add to what I'm doing, or just say, yeah, I'll just take the wound and this thing hits me. Up to you.
Okay.
Now I have a
It's only
question.
one
How
wound.
many
How bad can it be?
possibilities do you have per?
Everyone starts with 3.
Okay.
So soaking, well, now you can earn more, but soaking that first time, I mean, spending 2 possibilities to avoid a wound, that's 2/3 of your resources. That adds up.
Yeah. Okay. So I just take the one wound, no
You can
shock.
take the wound only and no shock.
Okay.
So these 2 things have hit him. I'm going to move you up here so that we show you're engaged with the 2 of them. Now, that is the end of their turn. You have also gone, so that is the end of your turn, right? Because you took an active defense. If, by the way, if I had missed you, you would have gotten a free card. But I didn't, so, you didn't.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask all of you to roll 1d20.
Yay.
Because here's what is happening with the surge.
Whoa.
Wow. Well,
Okay.
so you all feel around you. Normally, it's if you roll a 1, something bad happens. I'm going to do something a little different here. You all feel around you this invading reality. You can tell it feels wrong. And actually, specifically, what it is that it's trying to do is transform you to its reality, to disconnect you from Earth, which you know to be real, and connect you to Aurora. So with those roles, I think it's fair for Divya and Vikas to kind of feel their abilities come in.
Sweet.
Now, this is going to be a little different for both of you. Vikas, you feel the power of your faith bolster you as you see these things. Divya, all of a sudden, and you guys see there's like crackling of red and blue static around Divya. And when it's done, she's different. She's transformed. She's not from Earth anymore.
I should look at my
She's wearing
sheet.
Victorian clothing. And somehow she has pulled a large gun out of that large purse.
Glad I took it with me out of the.
Yes, it's good thing you said that too. Otherwise, I'd be like,
I was like, it's the only thing I have. It's the only thing I have. I should take it with me.
But I mean, it is quite literally similar to that cosplaying individual. Now that's how she's dressed. She is not from around here. She's got a big gun. You have a long Victorian style outfit, etc. Okay. It means that you guys are able to play the Cosm cards, etc. The only person I have bad news for is Suit, who is going to be trying to fix the vehicle, and it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah,
but I'm sure it'll work out.
Oh, it's going to be fine.
I've changed, but does that change my mind too? Do I now think?
Yes.
So I'm no longer so-and-so's best friend.
No.
Like,
so
I have those memories?
Here's what happens when you transform. Your personality doesn't change.
Okay.
Your outlook does. So imagine now to you, cars are not real. Yeah, obviously it must be some sort of maybe a cult device that lets them travel. There's something going on with it.
Some weird horseless carriage.
Yes, it's some sort of technological horseless carriage. It's a little out there. So your view of the world changes, but your view of people doesn't have to. But even the memories of growing up with television and stuff like that aren't quite as real. They're fuzzy.
Okay. I must have had fevers as a child or something.
And you must have had terrible, terrible fevers. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to replace some of these tokens here with our others, right? So that we can tell who is transformed and who Suit. I'm sorry. And in fact, we do this. I'm gonna fix the name on that. That's gonna help me a lot. Okay. I feel better. Actually, I guess you guys don't see the names on the tokens except
I see mine.
Yeah, just yours.
Just yours. Yeah. All right. So Sham has spent this round defending. The rest of you have not gone, and you can say, "Hey, this is the order I want to go in." Now, a couple things to call your attention to. You'll notice intimidate, maneuver, taunt, and trick on your character sheets, and it talks about those being interaction skills. you can use those skills to put your opponents off balance and make them more vulnerable to future attacks, or to stymie them the way Suit has right now, where it's going to be harder for them to hit you. So, again, this is a cinematic game, so you don't have to be the character who's I'm amazing in combat to be good. The characters who are good at maneuvering, good at tricking and taunting and all those sorts of things, they're going to get cards all the time. And they're going to be giving bonuses and debuffs out to enemies, helping allies, and stuff like that. It makes it so every character can be good at something and use how they're good at something to still participate in moving the story forward. So it seems, Dan, like Vikas wants to do something. What is Vikas going to be doing?
Vikas is going to run up, seeing these creatures have attacked Sham. And yeah, I've come to realize with everything that's happened over the last couple seconds that this is something off. So I'm going to
Very off.
so I'm going to try
Terrible.
to I want to get their attention somewhat off of him so that he could catch his
Okay.
breath. So I'm going to maneuver around them to try to give let's see. I want to give. I noticed she changed and she pulled out a gun, so I want to maneuver.
Okay.
I don't want to get right in melee. That's for dang
You
sure.
don't. Now, I will also point out to you as well that you have miracles, including one of them, ward enemy.
Yes.
Which anyone who has any points in faith can actually try to ward enemy. It is the equivalent of I pull out a cross and hold it out in front of
Right.
me.
I just figured this might help you out with what you were just explaining a
Okay,
second ago.
then go for it.
So I'm going to maneuver. I guess I have to do
This one right here.
that one right there. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not going to take the penalty for doing more than one.
We'll talk about that in a bit. So you are maneuvering.
And I did.
Unfortunately, a 1 is not going to be sufficient.
That's okay. We're going to use one right
That
off the bat.
Gospog is busy paying attention to Sham.
Hold on.
So Suit and Divya, you guys are left. What would you like to do?
Oh, he wanted to use a.
Yeah, 8 still.
Lucas was using a possibility, I guess.
Sure was.
How'd that go for you?
Maneuver. I need to go against their maneuver, and I have that in the way to see it. It's an 8, so.
So that'll be successful.
All right, and I want to make that one vulnerable.
All right, so he's vulnerable. So we'll put a
Okay.
little vulnerable token on it. That's going to draw you a card as well.
Right. So I will draw.
So you're going to go ahead and draw one of those blue cards. In fact, now that I'm going to hide these Cosm cards. We don't need those anymore. Probably not.
So that
you-
vulnerable, does that mean he's going to be easier to hit, or it makes him harder
Yes.
to?
You actually would have a +2 to hit him. Anyone who tries to attack him gets a +2.
for this round, because at the end of the round, it's his turn again. It goes away.
At the end of his next turn, it'll go away, which means if you guys get to go first, you'll get the benefit of that 2 turns in a row.
Okay.
Sometimes, though, based off of how that works out, you get the benefit no turns in a row.
Yeah, that's
That's
happened
fair.
too.
Very funny.
Ha 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 ha.
So you were talking, did you want to try to take a beat on him and shoot it?
Well, with my new reality, am I familiar with these guys at all? Like, does this seem like, oh
no,
my gosh, it's
because your
happening?
knowledge transforming doesn't give you extra knowledge most of
Okay.
the time.
So
right?
this is still freaky.
Well, this is a
Oh
creature.
no,
It's a
you know
monster.
exactly. This is a monster.
That's all.
Right.
This is a monster, and you know you are a monster hunter.
All right.
That is something you do know. You are good at killing things like this.
Well, I mean, obviously.
Obviously, otherwise you wouldn't have that
Obviously.
big honking gun.
Okay, so yeah, I would take a few steps closer, so I have a better aim, not like in their face, but close enough.
Yeah,
And
you don't
I
want to
would-
have any range penalties.
No?
No, you don't want range penalties. You definitely
Yeah,
want to
no.
step closer.
Oh, I thought you said I would get them. I'm like, wait.
No.
what?
If you're too far away, I said you don't want any.
No. So I'm gonna get where I need to be.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna yell at it and I'm gonna be like, back off, and I'm just gonna try and shoot it.
Okay, go for it. So you roll where you see where it says Slayer's gun, because you're,
Ooh, hello.
16. So you see their dodge is an 8. You've beat me by 8 points. That is a good success. Do you
Now,
see where
is that
it shows?
that doesn't count that extra 2, right?
Oh, you didn't put that in. No, because remember
No.
where it asked you for the modifier? So you actually have an 18, and my dodge is an 8, so you're 10 points higher. You have an outstanding success.
I like
Okay.
it.
Do you see where it shows the damage for your gun as a 14? Go
Yeah.
ahead and click that, and it's going to say bonus dice. You're going to do 2 because you had an outstanding success.
Ooh.
Now, one thing that's very, very nice, we talked earlier about exploding dice.
Ooh.
If you get a 6 will explode, and it's built into there. All right, so 23. You can see I have a toughness of 8. So, right, 23 minus 8, right?
It's
The difference of 15 is 3 wounds and 6
pretty good.
shock.
That's pretty
The
good.
Gospog cannot take 3 wounds and 6 shock.
No.
So the back of its plant and skull head just kind of blows back, and the thing topples.
No,
So,
Rod.
yes.
You didn't touch on it, but she was firing in.
I was getting ready to.
Sorry.
So, no, that's okay. Now, fortunately for you, you did not realize that you almost ran afoul of friendly fire. When you shoot into melee, it is possible to hit your allies.
I
I
figured.
usually check that by rolling on the GM layer to see, and I'll usually tell you if you're on target or not before you spend
Okay.
resources. Because I don't want someone to accidentally shoot their ally and say, "Ooh, I'm going to spend a possibility to make this worse."
That's fair. And appreciated.
You know, it's one of the few fair things I do as a GM. Normally,
yeah.
I'm a complete asshole. I'm a surly old curmudgeon.
Sure.
But that seems
Okay.
like it's, beyond the... So, all
Okay.
right. So, you are done. Suit, did you still want to try to fix this vehicle? Or was there something else you're thinking
They
about?
got those things covered. I'm gonna try and fix this.
I was gonna say the
Put
loud
the fuel
clap
line
of
back on.
a loud gun might
Okay.
have drawn your attention away from it.
So I'm gonna do my best to get that fuel line reconnected.
All right. So go ahead and roll that. And yes, DV, you should have
Yes.
the ammo should have been on here. Dan, how much you have a Slayer? How much?
Slayer,
Smith, how much ammo do you?
they get 6 regular rounds and then 6 special rounds.
All right. So you're gonna that ammo there should say 12. Whoops. Right here should say
I will
12.
verify that because I have the book sitting
And
right in
then
front
when
of me.
we do that, you would just kick it down to 11
Okay.
like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What do you want
I
me to roll
know.
for
I
that?
know. I'm in charge of it somewhere, but it says 0.
So since you're trying to fix this, you can, if you'll notice on your character sheet,
Mhm.
you'll see where it shows the land vehicle skill.
Yep.
And I get that. Hey, land vehicles and dexterity doesn't make sense for fixing things. But you see where it says dexterity? There's a little drop-down arrow. You can click that and change it to mind, and then roll to see how adept you are at understanding vehicles. How quickly can you get it fixed? Now remember,
Because I'm stymied.
because
I
you're very
rolled.
stymied, your hands must be
Yes.
shaking from seeing that thing.
Yes.
Now, fortunately, we've gotten to the end of the turn, so your stymied is going to go away.
Now,
Down a click or down completely? I think he froze up.
well, while he's coming back, you also have a bandolier that carries 18 shells for your gun, but it holds 6 shots of ammo. If you
Thank you.
do, you have it listed underneath there by any chance what your special ammo is?
Bulletsmith silver bullets.
And that's all it says, silver.
6 silver bullets.
Okay, so do you know what that is then? Silver bullets are +4 to damage versus lycanthropy.
Okay, cool.
So, we run into any werewolves while we're trying to get to this wedding that I don't think is going to happen. You have silver bullets. But remember, when you run out, you have to reload, and you have 18 shells total in a bandolier as well. So I guess grand total, you'd probably have 24 shots, not counting the 6 shots of silver.
All right, so I would put that under equipment, I guess.
It should be underneath your little... Yep, and we lost him. There he comes.
Yes. Oh,
There you are.
stupid internet. All right, so I think you had just missed. I had talked about your hand shaking. You heard that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I deleted the token. Hopefully it deleted it in Roll20 and didn't screw up Twitch too much by me all of a sudden going, bah!
No, I took the opportunity to give her more information on her, the Slayer
Since you
gun.
have one, yeah.
Well, I actually brought
They're
up the
pretty
page.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Because she's also got a bandolier with 18 shells on it, so she has 20.
Oh, it's 18. Okay.
She has 6 in the round and 18 on her bandolier, so it's 20.
Yeah, you may. I mean, and look. So let's change this here to 18
Oh, I was typing in
or 12
bandolier
if
before you
like,
took
whatever.
it over.
No, that's fine. If you want to track the regular bullets separate from the regular ammo, you do it any way you want. It is the equivalent of like a large gun, though. When it's out, it's stop and reload.
Okay.
Right. So it's not a magazine fed gun.
Yeah.
So at this point, I think all of you had put cards into your pools. Or is that what I was talking about when I disconnected?
You disconnected and we didn't hear that part.
Okay. So we're at the end of the round. You're all going to put cards into your pools. We talked earlier about how you can kind of drag and drop. And so you'll drag it to the left of that card. And that card will now be available to you for the rest of this combat until you play it. Now, unfortunately, you guys do see, you think you see another Gospog back at the gas station trying to reach down and grab something under a car. And that's where you think you hear another scream come from. It's kind of higher pitched, like a child.
Oh no.
So has everyone played a card into their pool?
I'm doing it
Looks
now.
like it.
How do I?
Just drag it up and to the left of the card, that blue card.
Yep,
Says.
you'll stay in that little kind of there.
You go.
That's it. That's it exactly. Ooh, second chance. That's a nice card.
Yeah.
Second. Remember earlier I said when you roll a 1, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Second chance is the only card that fixes rolling a 1.
Yep.
The only card.
You
Now, one other thing. Here's a
nothing.
card. The opponent fails. The only thing, there are a couple of things you can't use that on. It's mostly when they are attacking you or doing something to you that you're able to use that.
You can't use it if they're attacking somebody else.
Right.
Yeah. Then you guys now each have a card in your pool. You can trade with each other, but only the cards in your pool. If it's in your hand, you can't trade it yet.
Do you have to
Now
trade before you use it, or can it be in the moment?
No, in other words, what can happen is you're in the middle of rolling, or better yet, Dan's in the middle of doing something and he fails badly, or he's about to die because of his roll. You can back, wait, trade with me and take my second chance. Just give me whatever you got and use the second chance.
Okay.
So it's a pretty powerful tool for you as players to move resources around, right?
Yeah.
And again, that kind of helps with the whole idea of it being a cinematic flow to the game. So you guys hear the child in the gas station. Things are about to get very bad. Apparently, however, you try to outflank. So you guys are going to go first, and then the villains will be fatigued. These approved actions here say maneuver and trick. If you are successful at those, you will draw another card. I'm going to go ahead and put another Gospog down over here because this kind of represents what's going on off in the petrol, the gas station itself, where the child is. So you've just noticed this one over here. So you guys get to go first. Who would like to go first?
I will go first. Is there a way
Before you go first,
Yeah.
I would like to ask you, do you know how to use this and hold up a sword?
Yes, I do.
I
assume so. Melee weapon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, do I need to go before him to make sure he gets his hands on that, or what? Ron?
That would make sense to me. You
All
basically want to toss it to him, which that's not an action. It's kind of a simple action. You can toss him the sword at the same time while you're doing your thing.
Okay, so he is got one still in melee with him. So I'm gonna run up towards it and swing at it as if I'm about to hit it, but I change last moment and just hand the sword off to Marcus there. So I'll be
and you should see where I went and added that short sword to the middle of the character sheet for you.
And I'm going to do a trick.
Tricking? Okay.
I'm going to trick it into thinking I'm about to hit it. So.
Right.
And nope, he's not vulnerable. So straight roll. I got a 14.
That is a good success. So are you making it very vulnerable, very stymied, or a little bit of stymied and vulnerable?
Well, since I went first, I'm going to make it vulnerable, very vulnerable or whatever for Marcus
Yep,
to be able to hit it with
that's the right way to go,
with
I
the new
think.
sword.
Yep. All right.
And I think that's it for me.
Okay. Now you draw a card for your successful maneuver. Sham, since this just happened, would you like to take advantage of that?
Yes. If now is the maneuver an action or?
It is. Maneuvering is an action. Tricking is an action. Attacking is an action. Now, here's where TORG is very interesting compared to a lot of other systems. You can try doing multiple actions with a single roll. You just take a penalty the more stuff you try to do, because you're multitasking, and multitasking is hard.
Okay.
Now, he is currently very vulnerable. So if you swing at him with that melee weapon, you're going to have a modifier of +4.
Okay.
Now, if you're feeling really ballsy, you might try what's called an all-out attack. You'll become very vulnerable, but you'll get an additional +4.
Well, I was looking at if it was possible to attack him and maybe taunt the other guy towards me to leave the kid alone.
Sure, you can absolutely try to do that. So here's what we're going to do. You see on the character sheet where it says attributes, if you hover over it, it says click to roll for multi-action bonus. So you're going to click that attributes. You're going to put in a -2 because you're trying to do 2 things. And then it's going to ask if you're skilled or unskilled, right? You're going to put unskilled because you have no ranks in trick. It means the dice are less likely to explode.
Okay.
And then it's going to give you a bonus number after you've entered all those things and click yes or send or whatever.
Now, would I be rolling trick or taunt to get the other guy?
Yes.
Well, you said you wanted to taunt. Do you want to try to trick it instead?
Well, no, you said
you?
Well, you said trick, and that's why it threw me off. Because I was talking about taunting.
Well, no, yeah, you can try. Sorry, yeah, you can go for taunt. Trick will earn you a card. Taunt will not.
That's why he mentioned the trick.
All right, I'll try to trick him into.
Okay, so you're still going to click attributes though, because that's going to give us a bonus number, right? And you're going to click unskilled and then submit.
Ooh.
Now, unfortunately, on a roll of a 1, you've just failed. It's unless you have a second chance card.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
How's it going?
You want to trade?
I mean, I feel like it's probably a good idea.
Okay.
It's only the cards in the pools that you trade.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, to trade, you have 2 ways to do it. Easiest, fastest way, one of you take the card that you want to do and drag it down to the person's name at the bottom of the screen. It'll turn yellow, and then you let it go. A little window dialog will pop up. You click accept. The other person drags the card they're going to give you into that window, and the system will do the trade.
Okay.
The other option is drag it to the desktop, just like that.
Well, I moved it up because whoever drug it missed the name they're going for, and it just dropped it at the bottom of the map.
That's fine. So what card, Marcus? You only really have the one that was in your pool. What was in your pool?
The +3 to a test.
The action? Okay. Yeah. Now, you'll notice, by the way, Tara, when it puts it just in your hand. Yeah, so go ahead and move it. There you go. So you're going to use this second chance up right now. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. And you're going to re-roll just the exact same way you did a moment ago.
All right. Modifier of -2, you said? Whoa, not 20.
I was gonna say I didn't. Your roll just came up.
Okay. So, the -3. We have to now look at your character sheet because you're trying 2 things at once, and you only do a single die roll, really per turn.
Okay.
So the 2 things you were trying to trick it. So your trick, right? You'd add that to an 8. You have a 5. Unfortunately, that's not successful because you need it to be a 7 or higher. For your melee weapons, you add that -3 to your 9, which is a 6. But you're also going to add that +4, right? So that's going to give you a 10. He's not carrying any weapons. It's unarmed combat, so you've just barely hit him.
All right.
So he'll take the damage for the weapon.
The damage for the weapon, which is 10 points of damage. And normally that would be hey, I'm going to take 2 shock. Most undead don't care about shock. So you stab this thing kind of, through the upper portion of the body, pull in, twist, out. And really all it did was cut some of the vines that have grown into the corpse.
Okay.
This thing still kicking, doesn't look wounded by it. This is why Aurora is a terrible and terrifying place. Now, if somebody had, I don't see any other cards that would have worked. No. So unfortunately, you were successful, but not quite the level of success we needed. You guys can probably start to see how the ability to multi-action like that is very helpful, but it does reduce your levels of success, your ability to be successful and stuff. It's a gamble, like everything else. All right, so who would like to go next?
I'm going to go ahead and start moving towards the gas station to see what that scream was.
Oh no, you can hear it. It's continued at this point. There's a child under
I
a
want
car
to see
screaming.
the situation itself. I don't want to just shoot blindly. I want to know.
Okay. Yeah, you can see a pretty good view of this creature, which we'll call a Gospog, since that's what's on the card, is trying to pull this child out from underneath this car.
Is the child under part cover?
Oh yeah, the child is under the car.
So I can try and take a shot at this Gospod.
You feel fairly confident that the odds of hitting the child approach 0.
Cool. I'm going to try that then.
Okay.
We're just going to go for it. And I don't have any modifiers right now, right?
Unless you want to play that card.
Well, you play that after you determine whether or not you need it.
All the cards you can play afterwards when you know your levels of success.
Yeah, like now.
Unlike a lot of games, right, like now. So you need an 8 to hit this thing. So you can do that, or you can spend a possibility. Now, I think you spent one.
I did not.
So you could tick that 3 down to a 2 and possibly blow this thing away.
Yeah, let's try that just because.
Because it's fun.
Yeah. So no modifier on that possibility still, correct?
Correct. So you click the word where it says possibility, no modifier, put in your last roll of a 3, which that part's sad.
All right, I know.
That's a good success.
All right.
So like last time you click the damage, you're going to do 1 bonus die this time instead of 2.
Oh my goodness. I wish it would just let me.
All right. That is enough to kill that one.
Sweet.
You apparently are a lethal weapon. Suit.
For now.
There's a lot of gunfire going on. There's screams. What
Almost
would you like?
safer under this bus. There's
are you
a lot
actually going to
going
go
on.
hide there?
Well, I'm putting the fuel tank back together.
Okay.
Trying.
Go for it.
Trying. Land vehicles, mental, no bonus.
Hey.
16?
So it occurs to you at one point that there's it occurs to you that you need to get this thing put together. Everyone around you needs you to get this thing put together. And you feel this little bit of a surge in the ability to control what's going on around you. So we're going to go ahead and make you a Storm Knight as well.
I'm important, damn it.
The game gets
I put a hose back on a
quickly.
tank.
Yeah, well, you did it with a good success, which is why it's like, I'm going to give that to you now.
Okay.
You'll notice, by the way, the one of the perks you have is specifically says Prodigy. You have more possibilities than everybody else.
Ooh, I do.
It's because you had that extra struggle in life with the bus that makes you now.
See, it was just a fluke. The line just fell off.
So, and it has to do with there's different world laws, like you saw in that tent I was showing you earlier. It said law of eternal corruption,
Mhm.
law of perseverance, law of fear. There's one in Earth. There's the law of hope, the law of glory, the law of the underdog. That's what's powering him. So,
Okay.
yes, those laws are very, very helpful. All right, so finally we have all of our Storm Knights on the table. You have all gone. I have one bad guy here, and so I guess Vikas, you had also moved up towards him.
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to do something I don't normally do, and I'm going to demonstrate for you guys multi-targeting. So he's going to swing at both of you. I take a penalty to do this. I have missed. At that, you can all play cards into your pools.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and so even the or whatever the red card was, comms
The
or
Cosm card
Cosm.
never goes into your pool.
Okay.
The Cosm card you can play at any time.
Okay, I was just curious.
Anytime you want.
I was curious how that one worked.
Well, you would be doing something really, really bad.
Yeah, that card's
So
not nice.
who has played? Vikas has dropped a mark of terror on the table.
Yes.
What?
So I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit larger, so hopefully folks can read it. And play after witnessing some horrible event or creature. Your character gains a physical mark, such as a white streak in his hair, a strangely intense stare, or some other tell, and gain one possibility. So go ahead, take a possibility. And what has the law of fear given you?
That's a good question. Let's see.
Lost a tooth.
No. Oh. Law of fear. I'm gonna say it's probably that 1,000-yard stare. I guess.
Okay. So
Well, no. You know what? Let's just say all my hair went white.
Okay.
All of it.
So he's up close. The Gospog has swung at him, and within a couple of moments, as he turns back to look at you, you can see the hair, the beard. He just went gray. I mean, you've only seen this sort of thing in movies. That doesn't happen. And
What are movies?
This happen? Right. Thank you. And because you're playing up to what you should be doing, I will let you have a possibility for that.
Sweet.
So you can go ahead and tick that number up by one.
Awesome.
Well, what can I say? I am not the Gaunt Man. I'm just the GM. I'm nice.
Right. And in your head, it's definitely not more possibilities. I can throw extra crap at him.
So do I even know what this thing is that I'm working on right now?
You didn't transform, I don't think.
What do you mean? Yeah. You're still from Earth.
Okay.
The only person who's transformed to a foreign reality is Tara's character. The rest of you really sense the wrongness, the foreignness, and you can even feel all around you that this place feels wrong. Right? And that's supposed to be that reality skill that you all have on your character sheet. It tells you as Storm Knights, I am someplace else. I was in India, now I'm someplace else.
Reality
Gotcha.
skill.
We're not in Kansas
I don't know
anymore,
what that
Toto.
means.
Nope.
No.
Not a good place to be.
All right. So, assuming you've all played those cards into your pools, I will draw
believe I did.
Hopefully, eventually, this lets me draw a card. There it goes. It was being a little weird there. Oh, look out! So, we have Hero Surge. Now, Tara, you're from Marosh. You don't have to roll this right now.
Okay.
But the other three of you, I need you to roll a d20. If you roll a 1, bad things happen.
Yeah, she doesn't have to roll because she's in her reality.
I'm already
Correct. The surge is basically, everyone has to check for contradictions. A contradiction is something about you or your equipment or what you're doing that the reality you're in says is not real.
Like being a bus driver.
Okay.
Right? And in some cases, the contradiction is you yourself. You're not from Arosh, and Arosh knows it.
Oof. Oof.
However, the good news is the approved action is attack, and you guys will go first. So if you attack successfully, regardless of the damage you do, as long as it's not attacking your ally, you will be able to draw a card.
All right.
Well,
Could I drive this bus into that thing?
You can go get in. You can go get into the bus now. I want to be really, really
They
clear
are
here.
super close to.
There's a lot of people there.
Right, the possibility of collateral damage is not low.
Yeah, that's why I was curious.
Oh yeah, I'll allow it.
Sure.
So, yeah, I don't want to kill them by turning them into that cat from earlier.
No, probably not.
we're
So
just
could I-
assuming it was a cat from earlier.
That's totally what it was. Could I just drive it up next to them though? Try and get its
Like
attention
it's-
at this giant hunk of metal that just pulled up
And
next to it.
Maybe if more things
As-
start coming out, you'll have the ability to, beat a hasty retreat.
So could that be? I don't know. What would that be?
That would be land vehicles, except this time it's decks.
Yeah, just to like not run it over, but to like come up
Yeah.
next to it to.
Sure.
All right. Yeah.
I am happy I am nowhere near you guys.
No.
Yeah.
Now, it's easy enough to drive. You're not being attacked. I'm not even going to ask you to roll, but we're going to say that you can get the bus up there. So if you're like, get on the bus, they can get on the bus as long as they.
What's a
leave
bus?
behind. It's their metal carriage that they have.
It's there as an
It's definitely
option.
shaped a lot more like a.
That scares me more than these plant monsters.
Looks like a trolley
it's
car.
It's shaped like some sort of railway car,
Mhm.
except
there's no
it doesn't
rail.
have the right kind of wheels. No, and there's no rails at all.
Yep.
It
So
could be the occult.
it is there as an option if they so choose to use it.
Okay.
So yeah, if you want to actually just kind of toss me up here, I guess.
Sure.
Would that work?
Yep. And then I'll do this so we know you're not in melee with them.
Perfect.
And you can
Alright.
start to see again. It's theater of the mind, and I
Mhm.
just like having things because moving things on roll 20 makes me feel good. So
See, I
else would
told
like
you
to-
it was just a fluke. Nothing's wrong with this girl. It's fine. I lost the accent
Except
already.
that remember you're out of gas too. You're
Yeah.
gonna have to do something about that.
There's a gas station just over there.
Okay. For
Which
me
I'm-
to move to say here, that'd be a maneuver, or just.
No, you don't have. There's nothing.
Well, hold on. It depends. Are you trying to move into a more advantageous position to take it to be able to attack better, or is it just I'm cinematically moving around?
I was gonna move so I wouldn't hit him. When
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine then. Sure.
Okay. So I will
Bef-
swing at the guy. Go ahead.
I was gonna say before he attacks, if he's moving to keep from hitting me, I want to. I want to taunt it, so that
Okay.
that maybe it'll turn its head towards me at that time.
Go for it.
All right, so good. What is that?
It's good.
The taunt has a line, so I don't know if that's a good success or not.
It does not even seem to notice your taunt.
Okay, so it's not paying me any attention.
So
Sorry.
I
Nope.
take it. It
Now we
probably
know.
can't be intimidated either.
Yeah. I think we've
Yeah.
just drawn a conclusion.
No.
A successful, accurate one too.
Woo.
So I just hit the melee weapon.
Yep. Well, actually, yeah, you can hit the weapon itself. Will be the fastest way to do it. Otherwise, you could always roll the melee weapon skill. But since you have a weapon that's built on there for the attack, it'll go to the skill and do all the stuff for you.
Okay, and no modifier.
Correct. He's not very vulnerable at this point.
But you have that
Okay.
one wound, so.
We do, but that wound automatically gets added in. So a flurry, we're gonna hold that until after you guys are done, because a flurry, was that your card that you just played, Marcus?
Yeah, if I didn't kill him.
Yep.
Uh,
So what's gonna happen? And everybody else is gonna finish taking their first action, and then you're gonna get an extra turn, because that's what flurry is. It's basically everyone's hesitating for a moment, or you're just moving quickly, etc. So Divya and Vicus.
Well, I
I'm
already,
gonna
I
run
already
towards
went.
where that
Remember,
little girl was and try
I
and help
failed.
her.
You did. You were so ineffectual. I forgot you had gone. I kid.
Single tier.
Yeah. We,
So
So what
yeah,
would
I'm
you
gonna
like to
I'm gonna
do?
go try and get the little girl and help her.
Okay. So you're heading over there to help. All right. At this point, go ahead, take your flurry.
all
I
right.
assume you're stabbing us again.
Do you want me
Yeah.
to try to do my thing to give you some sort of help?
Do you have a flurry as well?
No, I was just gonna. Since my taunting it didn't work, I figured maybe I'd trick it to think I'm hitting it this time.
Yeah, but this is not a new round. He's flurrying. He's the
Oh,
only one
okay.
who gets the extra
Oh,
action.
that's right. That's right. It's not the whole group that gets the flurry. It's just
Right.
him.
Now, that flurry sometimes comes up on one of these cards, and you guys will act twice and before the thing acts once. It makes me sad when that happens.
The problem
Well, it
is
doesn't matter. I can't
sometimes
see
the bad guys get that flurry too.
That doesn't make me sad. All right, so Marcus, what do you want to do? Go ahead. Take that second swing.
I did. And
Oh, you did. That's not great. I assume you're not spending a possibility. Just kind of let the dice live, roll,
How are you looking on possibilities anyway?
He's got
I
two
got
left.
2.
And Dan, you have that other card in your pool called Inspire.
Yep, that's why I was asking.
Yeah. So he could probably get away with spending one.
He probably could.
All right.
Up to you.
I mean, you have been swinging this thing the entire combat.
One of these. I mean, you stabbed it a moment ago. Oh, which, by the way, your short sword of a 10 did technically hit it a moment ago. Right?
Oh.
That was this turn. You did hit it.
Yeah.
It didn't do any meaningful damage. But remember what I had said a little while ago? I said any successful attack
Get
draws
the
you a
card.
card. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
just dealt you a card that's now in your pool.
Well, it shouldn't be in the pool. It should be in his hand, right?
In your hand. You're right.
Any successful attack on any of them?
But
For
there's only
this
one
round.
left.
For this round.
This round. That's what this approved action means.
Okay, got it.
Basically, it kind of encourages you guys to not do the exact same thing all the time.
No, yeah.
Make it cinematic, make it interesting, do different things. And not just that, but it also simulates a little bit of the I start building up momentum, and then all of a sudden it's just bam, I lay it all down and things just, everything falls into place. The way we often see in action movies.
Mm-hmm.
But 8 is unfortunately going to miss.
And an 11 would just be a standard hit.
11
right?
would be a regular hit, so you even playing the supporters probably not too worth it.
That's what I was checking.
In my mind.
Get
all
my
right.
card.
You, Shyam, have stabbed this thing twice, so now it's going to do the same back to you with its claws. A 12. So a 12 against your melee defense, right? I have a standard success, it looks like. Right?
Yeah.
That makes sense to you, that standard success?
Which means he actually went over your defense.
Yep. Because I have a 12 compared to your 9. I beat you by 3 points. I don't get to do any extra damage. I'm going to do 10 damage. Compared to your toughness of 8, you're going to take 2 points of shock.
And the active defense
not
is
so
not
bad.
something you can do right now.
Oh, okay. That's why I was curious what that was. I remember
No,
doing
the active defense is basically I use my turn, and that's all I do is defend.
Right. It's like taking the dodge action the entire time.
It is taking the
turn.
dodge action. That is the best. That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
Okay.
However, it's taking the dodge action against all attacks, against intimidation, taunt, trick, maneuver, all of them. When you take an active defense, that adds to everything you defend against. And there are perks you can get later on in the game that if you have a shield, your shield will add to your toughness, or you can take an active defense and use your shield for yourself and an ally. All sorts of stuff that builds off of it.
That's cool.
It is pretty cool.
So how much
There's
did
a perk called Bodyguard that says when you get hit, I can take the damage for you.
how much did he take just then?
2 shock only.
Okay.
All right. So you guys should all play cards into your pools. This is about to be the 4th round of combat. Ooh, they strike.
So we all put a card into the pool. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Villain will go first, and
Oh,
after
no.
that, you guys will be fatigued. We'll talk about that in a moment. The
Mm.
approved action is maneuver. Sham, I'm gonna strike at you again because I'm dumb. Ooh, a 15. That's probably bad. for you, I would guess, right? That is a good success. So the odds of me wounding you right now are pretty high. I didn't, right? Your toughness was an 8. I have a 12. 12 minus 8 is 4. That's only 2 more shock. So do me a favor. Go ahead, take that 2 shock. And that was my turn. So who of you would like to go first?
I guess I can go ahead and go first.
Okay. I will remind you as well, Dan, because I know you're not familiar with the miracles, but ward enemy will boost all of your defenses, make it harder for the thing to hit you.
Everybody's?
Everyone on your side.
Well, it says range 5, so it's like 5 meters, so...
Mm-hmm.
I don't
And I mean, you're adjacent to this thing, so yeah. You're all within that 5-meter radius. That's not a problem.
Because that's what I was about to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to hit the
so
fatigue
there.
first, right?
Oh, yes. So first, for the fatigue, you'll notice you all have that button on your character sheet on that right side that says fatigue. Go ahead and press that, and it's going to give you some shock.
What?
That adrenaline rush that you guys had has just worn off a little bit.
Well, that makes me sad.
For some reason, I already have 2 fatigue.
No.
Yes, you 2 shock a minute ago.
The fatigue's
Right.
going to say 2, period, because that's how much you'll gain when you hit the button.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it moves it up to your shock. So right now you should have, what,
6
shock?
4. I
Are
thought.
we still
Oh,
able to play cards?
So, I've hit you. This is the 4th round. The first turn I hit you and you got rid of the shock and took a wound.
Yeah.
And then I missed you. And then last round I hit you for 2, and this round I hit you for 2.
So you...
Didn't
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So then when you hit the fatigue, it'll pop 2 more on you.
It should pop to 6,
Okay.
based off the math that I've been doing. What was your question, Tara?
Are we still able to like play cards?
Out of your pool?
Yeah.
Anytime you want.
So
And we haven't even talked about your critical moment. You know how every single movie, every hero has a moment that's their big scene? Storm Knights can also have their big scene. Your critical moment, you say, you know what? I am playing for my critical moment. And you literally take all the cards that are in your hand and drop them into your pool.
wow.
And you do one big action. And then any cards that are left in your pool, you discard. So you won't have any cards at all left. But you just had your critical moment. That was your big scene, your big, I got to get this done. So you guys can do that. Basically, it's once per act. Right? The game is arranged by scenes and acts, once per act.
Okay.
Right. So I'm going to go ahead
right.
and cast this miracle.
Go for it.
I have no modifier. Alright, there we go.
That's a pretty good result. In fact, I think it is a good success. So when my son was filling that out, did he say what happens on a ward enemy on a good success?
On a good is a +2 to defense. Now I'm going to play a card.
Okay.
And
All right. So inspire. Everyone now has a choice. Let's make this nice and big so people can read it. You can choose to take a possibility, an extra card, or recover 3 shock. Now, most of the time, unless you're unconscious, taking the possibility is almost always the way to go.
Yeah.
I figured that Lisa's gives Marcus a chance to remove some of that shock he's got as well.
Yep.
Also,
But I'm going to take the
You know
possibility.
the Soothe Miracle, so you can try to heal his shock next round.
Yep. But I'm going to use the possibility I just got on this.
Okay, real quick before you do that, you took a possibility. Marcus, what did you do?
You said he could recover all my shock?
3.
You can recover 3 shock off this card, or take.
Well,
My spell can
His
recover
miracle
anywhere
can-
from 2 to 4, and that's if I go top tier with the rolls.
But there are no spell slots like D&D.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he can do it. He can invoke the miracle, and then do it again, and then do it again, and then do it again.
Mhm.
That's really cool.
Remove 3 of the shock.
Okay. Curtis,
I'm gonna take a card because I have a lot of possibility already.
Okay, and
So
Tara?
I just click draw.
I took a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now go ahead, Dan, and finish what you were doing.
Oof.
All right, that is an outstanding. So I don't know what you would use as a holy symbol because this is not a religion I'm familiar with. But obviously you're holding it up, and there's like this even small glow around it that all of you see.
I'll look up what the actual holy
Dinya,
symbol
this
is for it.
makes total sense to you because faith magic against the creatures of darkness is an obvious, right? That duh. But for the rest of you, you are probably witnessing an in this case, honest to God's genuine miracle. So the creature, you all now have a +2 to all your defenses against this thing. And if it misses, it will become stymied, which means it's even harder. It gets harder to hit you guys in the future.
Sweet.
All right. So who would like to go next?
So last turn I made it over to the little girl, right?
Mhm.
So this turn I want to, hey, come on, we have to come with us. We're gonna help keep you safe. Like, who are you with?
So
Who's
you're
with you?
rolling persuasion.
Okay.
Now,
Ooh.
you're Hindu religion, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Well, the symbol for hope and peace was appropriated by a group in the
You're
1930s.
correct. That is 100% true.
Yeah.
Just
it
throwing
looks
that out.
very similar, except
You
it's
hold
not
up a Hindu
like this.
holy symbol. We'll call it that.
So I don't have a persuasion, so I did charisma, I guess. Okay. That's an 11. I
So
don't
the
know.
child kind of reaches out his hands.
Okay.
It turns out to be a he, not a she, but then, no way
High
to know
shrieks
that.
and scared. I mean, it was an assumption. It's
Mhm.
fine.
Well, a 9-year-old boy that's screaming in terror sounds doesn't sound a whole lot different from a 9-year-old girl.
Yep.
I mean, I can get one to come downstairs and do it for you, so you can tell the difference.
yeah.
Nope.
All right, so Sujit and Sham, what would you like to do?
Well, I guess I will try to
Uh,
attack this thing again.
I pulled this bus up at the beginning of the other round,
That's
correct?
true. Mm-hmm.
So I haven't done anything this one, just double checking.
Yep.
No, my support won't do you any good on this.
And I'm going to play that.
So go ahead,
Or
roll your
should
strength. You have to get a DN 10 on your strength roll. This will let your wound go away.
Okay.
So go ahead,
Okay.
roll strength.
So I have to roll the strength first before I remove the wound.
Right.
Correct. Hey, by the way, if you're looking at the artwork on that card, I don't think they technically ripped it off from anything, but it should bring to mind something very specific.
I mean, maybe a little bit.
So unfortunately, you're 4 points shy of what you need to heal that wound.
Okay.
So honestly, putting a possibility on it, or no, none of the. You don't have any other cards there at the moment. Yeah, I don't know that anything else really helps there.
What's he got?
Well, he doesn't have any cards in his pool to trade.
Yeah, and a +3 is not going to help him out none.
It's not. He needs 4 points.
What? There's nothing in your pool? What's wrong with you?
That was what was in his pool. He's played the card.
Yeah.
Used the card each round.
Darn, because I had an adrenaline and a supporter.
Yeah. Which the comboing and moving around would have gotten it there. But you can spend a possibility, and seeing as there's no way to heal a wound short of medical attention, may be worth thinking about.
All right, fine.
I know you're trying so much to save them. Oh, you have some left, right?
I had one left.
Okay.
Well, you just made him happy.
Now, technically, when you spend a possibility, you'd click where it had said possibility right above it instead of re-rolling, because it rolls and adds to it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the good news there is I can do the math and say that with spending a possibility, that will be sufficient. So we'll go ahead and heal that wound on you.
Okay.
That's a free action, so that changes your 9 to a 10. So technically, it means you're going to hit, but again, you're stabbing through it. You're just not doing enough damage to this thing.
Yeah.
And at this point,
Now, would 3 more
Yes.
points help? 3 more points would be enough to give him a good success
he
with
needs to
it.
hit a 15. He's 5 points
Okay.
away.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no sense for the supporter.
Nope. There probably isn't. All right, Sujit.
Can you refresh me? What can I do as a maneuver?
Whatever you can describe that is kind of physically trying to maneuver around this thing, using your dex, that sort of thing. So you tell me what you can do with it.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to think. I'll just try and trick it then, if that's fine. Try and get its attention on me and whatnot, or would that be something else?
Sorry, I was muted and I was trying to answer your question.
Yeah, because I'm
It's
gonna move
basically-
out of the bus and get.
Yeah, it's used to
near
feint, fake, outmaneuver, or tire out an opponent. So that's kind of what a maneuver is. It's literally, in this case, it can be like I try to flank or I try to do this or that or something else.
Maneuver the bus, make it think I'm about to run it over or something like that.
Well, unfortunately, that's a little different. That's dealing
Yeah.
with vehicular combat.
Well, I don't mean
Yes.
actually hit it. I meant just move the bus, make him think so.
Yeah, I'll
Would be
just try
considered?
and
That would work as a trick, but not as a maneuver.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just try and confuse it and trick it without using a maneuver, using trick.
Go
Like-
for it.
Get near it and whatnot, and
Yeah, go for it.
there, yeah. There you go.
Don't think that's going to do it.
Yeah, you're muted.
That was the end of the turn. You should all play cards into pools. Uh-oh.
I have a card that I just got that I think is interesting.
Oh, yeah?
Hero. I have no idea. Play this card as a
So-
possibility. If
You saw earlier how you guys were able to spend possibilities.
mhm.
The hero card and another one similar called a drama work the exact same way. The difference is you can stack them.
Ooh.
So you can spend a possibility, and then a hero, and then a drama. And each time that die roll goes up. Remember we were talking earlier about rolling over a 60?
Yeah.
That's how you do it. Now, typically, you need to explode a die or have something that's going to help.
Yeah.
All right, over the top, the heroes will go first and are up.
Woohoo!
Proved actions are intimidate and maneuver. And up. The easiest way to describe it is the first die you roll for your action that wouldn't explode explodes.
Oh.
So you roll a 5, you're going to roll again and add. You roll a 20, you're going to roll because the 20 explodes, and then you're going to roll again and add. So
Okay.
remember we were saying a minute ago for hitting glory, just a moment ago for how to hit that 60 plus.
Mm-hmm.
This is the turn where you guys are going for it. This is the turn where you're going to take this thing out. So
I
who would
will
like
swing.
Okay, now you're going to press that up button because you're up, and it's going to ask you modifiers. No, what was your last roll? An 11. So you're going to go ahead and do that.
Where's that up button at?
To
so
the
do you
right.
see under your result it says possibility, and then right next to it
Oh.
it says up.
At the very
Okay.
bottom of the.
Okay, so modifier. Last
0.
roll was
An 11.
11. Submit.
So a 16. That is a good success. So you're going to finally get that bonus die of damage. Now, you could always say, hey, Sujit, do me a favor. Trade me the adrenaline I have for the hero card you have so I can see if I can hit this thing even harder. And he may say yes, and in which case then you would then spend a possibility and get even higher.
Okay, so G.
Yeah, of course.
And again, this is where the trading of the cards can make things.
Teamwork.
Well,
Yeah.
you've got to put a card for trade.
Correct.
I did.
It's always a 1-for-1.
You put a card in there. Okay, I just see mine.
Yeah, it would have to be the adrenaline.
Yeah.
So.
I
That's
put
okay.
it down.
Oh, you put it down somewhere?
Yeah.
I don't
Still
see it.
shows the adrenaline is still in
Okay.
your thing.
Okay. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah,
And go ahead,
so-
drag that hero to the desktop. Or the tabletop.
So yeah, what I did is I think I gave it to him. Yeah, he's got it in his cards
And
now.
that adrenaline, by the way, Curtis, is going to be in your pool, not your hand. So you, right,
Okay.
because traded from pool to pool.
Yep.
And Marcus,
Perfect.
you're going to go ahead, and there it is. Excellent. So now you're going to click possibility on that last roll where you had that result of a 16. It's going to be, again, a 0 modifier. It's going to ask for your last roll was a 20.
Okay. So I do up again.
Nope, you're going to
Possibility.
click possibility. This is going to be even
Okay.
better.
Now he needs to put a total roll of 20 in, right?
Correct, because they all add.
30.
So that result is an 18. We need 2 more points to make that an outstanding success. There it is. So at the last moment, Vicus distracts it by playing the supporter card, which is going to push you from an 18 to a 21. That's
Nice.
going to give you that outstanding success, and you're going to do the 2 bonus dice of damage. Again, you can see how this is a game that rewards teamwork like you wouldn't believe.
Okay. So where do I?
So, yep, on your character sheet, right on that sword, it shows 10 damage. You're going to click where it says 10. When it says bonus dice, you're going to put in 2 and click submit.
Ooh,
And
not
hopefully
20.
you roll well.
Not 20.
Right, not 20.
There we go.
Okay. 18 is sufficient. So this time, instead of stabbing through it, you swipe at it, right? Kind of catch it about here and send the head tumbling off. And the plant corpse just collapses to the ground. And just like that, we are out of initiative.
Yay!
Right? That wasn't so bad. It wasn't bad.
Now
at all.
all
Well,
the
that was-
cards go back into our
Yep.
hand.
Yes, all the cards go back into your hand.
Now,
That
unless
are remaining.
I don't have a
Whatever's-
hand.
yeah, Marcus has no hand.
You stole my card, apparently.
Oh, you stole
No,
his
no.
hand card.
Oh, here.
Nice.
There you go.
By the way, Marcus,
Clicky,
go fuck
clicky,
yourself.
There you go.
About that, no.
I was trying to get the hero when you were in the middle, and I think I clicked it as you were dragging it out.
All right.
Now the good news is the shock is going to go away at a point per minute. Did you need us to take a quick break, Dan?
well, it's about 9:12.
you're
I
about to
figured
say.
we could take about a 5-10 minute bathroom break for people to get.
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Cool.
And then we'll be right
Awesome.
back to figure out what's coming next. Don't go far.
Great.
I could see how once you get a hang of how
All right, and we're back. I guess
Did-
we left off with Marcus finally killing the cow spawn.
Look, you
It
can
took a
say that
while
to
to get you there, man.
the two other guys. They didn't even swing at them. So I
No,
just point that out.
But like I killed two.
I did make it like vulnerable.
That's why I said the guys.
I mean, I did things to make it vulnerable and stuff, so make it easier for him to hit, and I mean, I could only line it up just perfect so many times before
Right.
Well,
That is
if you review
And
every
I
game we
gave
played,
him
Chris,
the sword I found. I mean, come on.
You did. Now, I do have a little bit of good news for you guys. First, the shot goes away at a point per minute. So you guys can take a couple of minutes, catch your breath, and go ahead and dial all the shock down to 0.
Like that?
If there are all sorts of things, because there's a garage attached to the gas station. So if anyone would like to, they can roll find.
I would definitely like to do that.
Go for it.
Yeah, I just want to focus on this abandoned child.
Oh yeah. The child's like not letting go.
Only
Maybe
one of us, or all of
Marcus-
us, or
Is there
Each
food
person
inside
can
the
roll
gas
it
station?
find individually.
okay.
There.
yeah,
Oh.
I rolled 15.
Individually.
All right, so we have, I see on the find rolls, a 15, which is going to be a good success.
I got a 19.
Yep, the 19 is going to be outstanding.
Then 2 14s.
Hope so.
Yep,
It's been a possibility.
which are
for it.
also so.
Wait, what's this first find up here?
The first find was which one? Shame.
Yeah.
That was his 15, and then I rolled and got a 3, spent a possibility, and it bumped it up to 19.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so I
Oh,
can
that's
spend
why.
possible.
And you can see how that 31 is green. He exploded the die.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Besides getting the
cool.
possibility. All right, so on a 19, you're actually going to find a welding torch that you can kind of carry the sparker with you. It probably has fuel for about a minute, which is usually going to be mostly probably a single fight.
So,
Um,
is that a flamethrower, I guess?
no, it's a welding torch. You have to get in real close, and it would use your melee instead of your fire combat. But it's fire good.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the rest of you are probably finding like large pieces of pipe and big wrenches and stuff like that.
Question.
I don't think you didn't. Did you look? Yeah, you did too. So, if anyone would like a wrench, anyone? Yes? No?
I'll take a pipe or a wrench
Okay.
Yeah.
for my
So,
melee.
easiest way to do this. I can go ahead and add it to your sheets for you while we just continue playing, or I can walk you
Awesome.
through doing it. I think okay.
Yep.
You doing
that's-
it would be easiest.
That was my
Quickest.
thinking. That it would be
So if I have my gun out, is it a full action to put the gun away and pull out a wrench or a pipe to hit somebody with?
No, you get like a simple action each turn, which is
Okay.
hey, that's not a big deal. But you can always just drop it on the ground.
I will not do that, but thank you for
Are you
the
sure?
offer. Yep, probably.
Okay.
Barring
All right.
horrible circumstance.
All right, so you've all picked up some wrenches and some pipes and some stuff like that.
And I would probably be a little weirded out by some of the stuff that's in here.
Yes, this stuff does. I mean, it seems like a large club. Bear in mind, are you taking a wrench or a pipe?
A pipe
Okay.
you put
It
on
is a contradiction for you.
a pipe is?
Actually, I guess
Victorian
it really would
England?
be.
Yeah, wrench.
You're right. They had plumbing then.
I mean,
I
we
guess
have
you're fine.
trees.
Yeah, I guess you're fine.
Okay.
I love it when people have contradictions. I assume you're okay with the welding torch, Dan. Do you want to give that up the way you gave the other thing away?
Well, I mean, how's it work out for me?
It's a melee weapon, damage 12.
Okay, that'll work.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, does it add anything to fire damage, or does it just count as fire damage?
It'll just be fire damage. So typically fire damage is it's a little bit harder to resist for
Okay.
some things. Additionally, you can maybe say, hey, I can use this and set things on fire, which might be helpful if you needed
A fire.
light.
Well, I have the lantern.
And you do have a kerosene lantern. You're keeping that, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, you should probably put that on the character sheet too, right? Just so you remember. I'm sure it'll be fine. All right. And whoops, I'm trying to still finish adding your.
Oh,
There
sorry.
it is. I got your pipe wrench on there. All right. So I've gotten all that. You're gonna spend some time getting gas. I'm gonna get rid of one of these. We don't need those anymore. So I'll just get rid of
putting
one of
fuel in it.
And asking the
Okay.
kid questions, I guess.
Yeah. So why don't you give me a persuasion roll? Let's see if you can get him talking.
Okay. Somebody. No, nobody. Okay. Here we go.
Wait, what?
Fortunately, that's okay. Remember, I said the DN usually starts at 10. Because she was able to get him out as convince him as well as she did earlier. An 8 is sufficient. His name is Jayosh. He'll tell you that he lived nearby, and then in the middle of the night last night, many of those creatures broke into the house. He ran away while his parents were fending them off. They were screaming at him, "Run!" They told me to run, so I ran. He saw them struck down, and then he thought he saw something else, and at this point he clams up, like he's too afraid to talk about it.
I'll
At least as long as you have that 8 persuasion, he's too afraid to talk about it.
Can I sit down with him on the ground and like find some food in the gas station
Sure.
try, because kids and food usually means talky talk.
Now, as far as game mechanics are concerned, does this kid have any shock?
Not really, no.
Okay, so
he's just been,
okay,
hiding. He's in shock.
That's what I was going to use.
Shock.
Soothe strictly takes care of shock, but I don't know if using the spell could be used to help the kid out with his actual shock.
No.
As in
that's more for dealing with the non-lethal damage.
Got you.
You can try rolling persuasion again if you're giving him some food and stuff.
We'll let her do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and I'm probably gonna use I can't use any cards, right? Because we're not in.
You can use outside of combat. You can use cards anytime.
Okay.
But remember, you don't have to do it till after you roll the dice and see the results.
Right. So I only rolled a 9.
You're gonna need a 10 at least on this.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead. I have one of these plus add 3 to your total.
Is that a willpower or an action?
It's a test. Is that?
Yep.
Action.
Pretty much almost every die roll is a test.
Okay.
All right, so that'll get you to a 12. Because there was a figure with the monsters. He was wearing a mask and he didn't have any vines. He sounded British and called the things Gospog. And they took my parents north.
Did they listen to this?
Yes, he told them what to do. He told them to get me, and they've been chasing me since.
You said they went north.
Hide. Yes.
So I'm going to look back, and it goes, well, it sounds like we need to go north.
Actually, that's where you guys are headed for the wedding anyway.
Oh, well.
But north is like that. You guys are going up the road.
Well, looking around, does it look like it'd be just as fast to start hoofing it as opposed to driving it with the way the roads are?
No, but you can always give it a shot.
We'll be out of the weather, at least in the bus, if we drive there.
But if we...
It's pretty overcast, and it looks like it's probably going to rain. You hear the crackle of thunder every so often. And weirdly, every now and then, the lightning almost has a blue tint or a tinge of red.
This bus that you have, how fast does it go?
Well, I'm sure it goes faster than us walking.
This is where you have a vague memory of kind of it's reminiscent of a carriage of almost like a runaway carriage the way he was driving.
It was loud, but no horses. It's weird.
No horses. No, it was very loud.
Well,
you kind of have a vague memory of it. You can remember it, but it might give you
a headache.
Yeah, that's like that. As soon as you stop thinking about it, it goes away.
Yeah. Oh,
It was from before.
it would be safer than walking, though. Correct?
Oh
And
yes.
faster.
Well, I'm talking
And
to
faster.
the bus
Yep.
driver here.
Oh, sorry.
So, is there any large trucks off the side of the road, what have you?
There's probably a lorry or two. I say lorry since it was originally in English. Yes, there's a truck.
All right, because buses don't take regular petrol, so they take.
Oh well, here
diesel.
they do. We'll be fine here. This gas station, yeah. Well,
Oh,
They'll
Yes,
have
gasoline. We're not
diesel.
going to worry about that.
well, do the pumps
We
work?
don't have any Teamsters or anything who are going to give us a
Does
hard
it take
time, so we'll be
E85?
fine. I know,
Is
Dan.
it
I know.
93 octane
My
or
old car did.
97?
I just making
Dan, for getting all
sure.
professional honest.
Actually, I need some vegetable oil.
If you like,
I just start walking.
No, that-
you can
Hey.
assume that the gas station here carries diesel or whatever else.
Okay.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
It carries the fuel it needs.
Yeah, but
It would be a
question,
shame if you spent all that time fixing it and we were like, we don't want to use your thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
do the pumps work?
No. However, you can always take some time to siphon off some gas if you'd like.
We're going to have to.
All right, so we don't need those then.
I'm not drinking gasoline.
Oh, we don't need those then. Okay.
I assume we're siphoning off some gas.
Yes.
Yep,
Okay,
that
okay.
or
It takes a little while, but you don't even need
find
to
the.
roll.
Okay, I was gonna. Perfect. I'll just shut up.
We're going to perfect.
No, you don't even need to roll. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you don't even need to. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything then.
Yeah.
If we're
it's
just siphoning,
fine.
that's fine by me.
I mean, is there something you would like to do? I don't want to cheat you of a roll if you want.
I was
one.
gonna say, are there the plates that cover the fuel tanks in the ground? At some gas stations, you can see where they put the fuel into the underground storage.
Yeah, you want to try to siphon out of there?
Yeah, I was gonna see if
Sure. You
One
can
of
get
those were
siphon
open.
out of there.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna look for a map. It's a service station. They should have like a
Yeah.
little fold-out map. And get the kid to.
Yes, but no. There's a map, but it definitely looks a little bit more old school map than you're used to.
Ooh,
Not
I
like
know it.
17th century, but you
My
know,
type of map.
yes, this is a map. He found a map. The kind that you'd be looking for of like the road atlas, not so much.
Okay, well I'll fold it out anyway and have the.
Yeah, and it's obvious. This map looks like it was drawn 150, 120, 150.
Yeah, this is the newest edition.
Yes. Now, it's in good condition, but the style is ancient.
It's just released. I don't
Well,
understand.
It is.
Looking
It's
at
fine.
this
It's
map,
exactly fine.
Would I be able to figure out where the wedding was supposed to be held at?
Yeah, you knew where you were going.
Well, yeah, I knew where we were going. So looking at this map, can I mark it on this map?
Yeah, sure.
All right. And then I want the kid to mark where his folks was at before they were taken. And
He's not sure, but he kind of points at the gas station. If you say, this here is the gas station, he goes, yes, here. And then he moves his finger like tiny bit to the side.
okay, and then
You
line
didn't
up.
run far. We're gonna ask him.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. And then,
No.
of course, they were taken
no,
north.
I was hoping to go back home.
Well, we can. I guess we could probably swing by his place.
Leaving
Either
him
way,
there
but we can
alone.
go
might
for
not-
it.
No, I
Might
didn't say
not
leave
be
him
a good
alone. I'm just saying swing by, get an idea, see what we're looking at.
Okay.
Like,
Now, in this gas station, are there like the gas tanks, the portable little gas tanks that you use
little
for
red
Gas
jugs.
cans? Gas cans?
yeah,
Yeah,
there's
canisters.
some older, older watering cans and metal buckets,
Okay.
Always safe.
right? Because now you guys are starting to get the picture of when reality transforms things. Sometimes it actually transforms the things as well as the people.
So gas
And
cans turned
dawn
into
on you.
buckets.
Yep.
And the only
Right.
reason the bus
Why
hasn't
you've seen some
transformed yet.
carriages
Yeah.
is because you had somebody who was driving it.
Yep.
And now you have somebody who's kind of reality rated and can keep the bus from transforming. Maybe not forever, and certainly not if he leaves it alone for a while.
Okay.
So to take the bus somewhere and then spend some time exploring a haunted house or whatever, there's a chance that you come out and you have a horseless carriage. But don't worry, I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure. So, I suppose I would suggest maybe we check on the kid's place.
Okay.
If nothing else,
It's a little out of the way.
Well, I mean, you got to figure out exactly what direction north they took his parents. I mean, like, can he point that on the map? Give us an idea.
He's a 9-year-old boy.
Well, that's an odd looking map.
Okay, what way does the house face? His front door. Does it face towards the?
He'll show you. It could take you there. It's just walking through the field from where the creatures were coming.
And
is there a road to it?
There'd be a dirt road. He can take you that way if you want to drive there.
Yeah, it'd be probably easier just to drive there, and I'll
right.
go into the bus and pull out a road atlas.
Tried that.
So he unrolls a large map.
And it's like, okay, so I mean, it only makes sense.
It does. Now, did you
To
actually?
have
You
a
probably
road
had
atlas.
a road atlas on the bus.
Would you have
That
one?
one's not changed.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
would you
that's what I'm
by
talking
the
about.
Way,
have one, or
by
would
the
you
way,
have a
the
cell phone?
3 of you, your cell phones are working again.
What?
Their cell phones are working. You have a small diary.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I take notes
Right.
out there.
But the 3 of them now have working cell phones. You're not getting any signal, but apparently the power has come on.
Interesting.
Are you looking at it now?
Yeah.
They probably
What
are.
is that?
Were you all
Oh.
having issues with yours earlier? I was driving and didn't look at it.
Oh,
My
no,
cell
I don't,
phone.
I don't like to look at that. I'm gonna take out my
You
diary
have one.
on what's happened.
What are you talking about?
No, oh,
You were complaining earlier, I think, or was it you
Complaining?
there?
But no, she.
well,
Do
no,
you
I
guys
couldn't find
not
my
notice
pencil.
that she looks nothing like she did when she got out of the bus earlier?
I thought she changed her clothes.
I was trying to pay attention to the road. I wasn't ogling the
I mean, she
passengers.
even speaks differently than she did earlier.
By how
Earlier than
much?
when? Earlier to who are you comparing me to?
Yourself.
Today.
I'm so confused.
Yes.
Come on,
sure.
child.
Yes.
Let's go get on this bus and see if they can't get us back to your home.
You do have a wedding to get to. You're going to be very late
Well,
for it at this point.
I'm more
I
concerned
can't
about.
abandon a child.
Yeah, well, I'm more concerned
Okay.
about our friends that were supposed to be meeting at that wedding than actually
I'm-
missing a wedding.
There's no signal for some odd reason. There's a tower, but no signal.
No, fortunately, you don't see any towers.
So
Oh,
There's a large kind of almost Eiffel Tower-like structure, like a structure reminiscent of the Eiffel Tower over there. But no cell towers at all. That must be why there's no signal.
Just the area.
let's go.
I'll check the convenience store and see if there's a phone there and try call.
Yeah.
There is they have one of those old hang on the wall, where you have to do the thing and speak into it. They have one of those. No, not even the dial thing. Like the kind where you crank the handle.
Oh,
and
yeah,
have the
yeah,
thing
that
you
makes
hold to
sense.
your ear and
Yeah,
speak. They have
you
one
know,
like
it's
that.
one of those newfangled communication things.
Yeah, they have one like that.
I mean, I
Well,
used
they
the
have the-
telegraph, but
they
this
have
is
the-
just weird.
Whoever's no one's monitoring the switchboard, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, they have the telegraph too. So.
Oh, they definitely have a telegraph in there.
Okay.
Let's see if he can
Take the
point.
kid home.
Yeah, at least he can point the direction that they took his
Yeah.
folks.
Yeah.
And then once we have an idea of that direction, let's try to see if we can go check on our friends.
Okay. So you're going to continue north as if you were trying to get to the wedding.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So as you continue on, the road itself is getting narrower. Jungle has gotten thicker. The road. This was never a paved road. Now it's more like a rutted trail through the jungle.
Through the jungle.
And at one point, you know there's a river on this route, right? You run parallel to it. At one point, there's a bridge you have to cross, and as you're getting there, first, the old stone bridge is, well, it's not as it doesn't look as sturdy as it used to, right? There's something about like the supports don't seem quite as thick as they had been, and it even looks like something must have happened because there's parts of the bridge that are, yeah, it does not look very sturdy.
Do you feel like we should stop and check this out before we try and take this big, huge metal box over it?
I'm almost curious if it's even worth trying to go over.
Well, I mean,
You think you could get the bus across. Now, out of character, I'm going to tell you that there's definitely a way to get the bus across, and it's something called a dramatic skill resolution, or a DSR. The basic idea of the dramatic skill resolution, when you're watching a movie and someone's trying to do something important, they don't ever make a single skill roll to defuse the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
It takes time. The dramatic skill resolution is the same thing. You have to take some time and you have to hit a couple steps in a row. And you either get it done in time or you don't.
How far is it? The distance on this bridge?
The distance will be 5 card draws, right? Because again, we draw these cards and maybe you hit the rolls and maybe you don't. Mm-hmm. So it's not so much about this is the distance we fly across or just drive and gun it. It's a DSR. Or you can abandon the bus and walk.
Well, I was thinking about that old American TV show.
They have that orange car that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That had
I was thinking about that.
Two brothers.
I'm sure. I'm sure there can be something.
That sounds
like
hazardous. That. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah. Well, there were dukes, so.
Yeah.
Are you going to be trying to get the bus across? And I should draw some cards here.
Yeah. Why not? I think that's a good idea.
Let's do it. It's good practice.
Send it all the way.
So, what we're looking at on the cards for the dramatic skill resolution, in particular, are the things here in this box.
We're in trouble already.
You have to get 4 steps, A, B, C, and D, and we have to do it in 5 rounds. If it's not completed within 5 rounds, we've failed the dramatic skill resolution and bad things happen.
Perfect.
Cool.
Now, currently, these steps are pretty much all going to be, for the most part, land vehicles. You might be able to come up with could I use this skill or something like that? Mm-hmm. Who knows? But for the most part, land vehicles. I don't see an A on here.
That's
so
what I said. We're already starting all fucked up in trouble.
You are already starting off behind. That's the good news.
Oh. Okay.
I was talking from my perspective.
Right. Okay.
Now, remember earlier we were talking about the ability to earn cards, right? The approved actions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, a dramatic skill resolution gets a little weird in that attempting to make a step when you're not able to actually gain a step because there's no A here is considered an approved action and will get you a card. So you can say, you know what, I'm going to try my land vehicles. I have to hit a DN 10, and if I do, I'm going to draw a card. You can absolutely and probably should try that. So why don't you give me that land vehicles roll? You're our driver.
Yep.
Go for it.
No pressure.
Land vehicles
Okay.
modifier.
And I have to point out as well, once we go to cards, we're back to using cards in pools.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So first round, we have nothing in the pool.
First round in this.
Perfect.
Yeah, we're pretty much screwed this first round.
All right, well, that's okay.
No modifier, you said?
No modifier.
Gotcha. 17.
All right, so
obviously
I'm going to deal you a card now, and then you're all going to put a card into your pool.
Can I make the bridge my nemesis?
Unfortunately, no. You'll notice it says on that card a reality-rated opponent. That means somebody else who has possibilities and can manipulate them the same way you can.
Not a
We
chair.
now know that the bridge is not sentient. Good job figuring that out, though.
We do.
It's not a
I'm
chair.
afraid we've just drawn one of the worst possible cards, but we'll talk about that in a moment. I assume everyone has played a card into their pool.
Mm-hmm.
I have no cards to put in my pool.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Well, you have the Nemesis. You can put it in your pool in case something bad shows up.
Okay.
Like
So now you'll see it says possible setback. So I have
Like
some good
that.
news and I have some bad news. The possible setback is if you fail now, the rest of the DSR can get more difficult. However, this will count as step A if you're successful.
Okay. All
Right?
right.
So why don't you go ahead, give me that driving roll that you were doing a moment ago, land vehicles, still a
Can
DN10.
I assist them in any
Yeah,
way?
tell me how you're assisting.
Since I'm
pointing out potholes.
I'm familiar with
Okay.
land vehicles, so I know how they
So you can
operate.
give me a find. If you hit a DN10, that'll count as helping.
Okay.
Ooh.
Right, so you have one person helping you.
Okay.
Anybody else have a way that they're helping him?
I mean, the only thing I could think of is maybe making sure there's no low-lying limbs or something in his way.
So I'll give you. You can roll find. You can go ahead roll find. Bear in mind, if you roll 1, it's going to make his situation worse. But I'm sure you'll be fine. So you're not helping, but you're not making it worse.
Yeah.
So with the combined actions chart, basically what we do is look up how many people total are helping here,
Mm-hmm.
and then just that's the bonus. You count as 1. Somebody else helping you gets you to a 2. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to go ahead. If you're going to roll this now, you're going to do so with a +1.
+1. Okay. Do I just type in 1 or do I have to type in +1?
No, just 1.
Okay. All right. So that's my modifier.
Okay.
Result
So
20.
step A is successful. Fortunately, you didn't have that possible setback, right? You haven't kind of had to sharply avoid anything, damage the vehicle, etc., which makes it more difficult as you go.
Run over a cat
so-
again.
Right,
of course,
right.
it's
Nothing
fine.
like that. So you're going to all go ahead and put cards in your pool again, if you can.
Drum. How many can we
got
have at
lights
one
out.
point?
What's that?
Can we have a maximum number?
In your pool? No, but right now you're only going to have 2
Two.
cards there because we've had 2 rounds.
Okay. All right.
Can you have a maximum number in your hand? Yes, but only at the end of a scene
Okay.
are we going to worry about that.
All right. All right.
Ooh, look at that fancy step A.
Yep. I like to keep track.
I appreciate
Now we have to do this the hard way. Always the hard way. This is a critical problem. A critical problem, if you fail during a critical problem, you have to start all over. And literally, we back the bus up to try to then move a vehicle out of the way and then start over.
But we only get 5 cards, right?
Correct.
And
Now, if you succeed on a critical problem, it'll count as step B. So there's some good news.
So as you can tell, apparently this deck wants to fuck us over.
I was gonna say, because if we don't pass this, there's no way to get A, B, C, and D after that.
We'll be hoofing it. from there.
Well, you can try for multiple steps if they show up on the card at the same time. Remember earlier that multi-action penalty? And then when we get to round 5, we'll talk about the last-ditch effort. That's the equivalent of, I guess I cut the blue wire because I don't know what to do.
Okay.
So we'll get there.
I'll do find again, I guess, to help.
Go for it.
That's where we
Yeah.
go. Grab the cat.
Yeah, it's the... Yep.
I do, just so you know, their suit that I have, is it suit or is it Vic? Who's running the bus right now?
I am. Suit.
Okay.
Sujit.
So it's weird because you have Serge and Teresa there, and
Yep.
then I don't have your picture up right here. And I'm
Yep.
so
Yep.
confused.
All over the place.
I do have a card in my hand or pool that can add to your test roll if you need it.
I have adrenaline, which gives me a +3 to Dex and Strength.
Yep.
Would that work for
That'll
the
help.
bus as Dex?
Yes, because you're driving, so it's literally...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we have
So go
2
ahead.
things that can help.
Your DN is still... Actually, because of where the vehicles are, right now the DN is going to be a 12 for step B.
But you do have that +1 because you have help right now.
You do. You have a +1 modifier.
Okay.
Let's see how you do.
So I'll put the 1 back. Got it. Roll for the best case.
Now, you need to hit a 12, and you're 4
Yeah.
points off.
Yes.
Now, you said an adrenaline.
I have possibility as well. Can I use that?
You can also trade the leadership for her action and play both your adrenaline and the action she gives you for a +6. You
Okay.
can stack all those.
Yeah.
All right.
Just can't
And-
stack cards of the same name. Right?
Yes, you can.
You can
You
stack
can
willpowers.
adrenaline action. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Cards, oh yeah.
I think
You
you
can't
could.
stack bonuses of I'm wearing 2 different types of armor or I have different buffs and stuff.
That didn't put it where I wanted it, so I'll just accept that. And can you put that on hers?
Yeah. So just right click the card and click take card, Tara,
All right, got it.
and then go ahead and give him the one you were going to give him.
Yeah, I already did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then Curtis, you drop both of those to the table and say, I have a 14.
Okay. Yep. I have
Nice.
that number.
Look
Okay.
at that. So you guys managed to get the vehicles out of the way. You had to, on one of them, kind of like the way it was hanging on the bridge, almost pit it so that it would off the edge.
Mhm.
But you did it, and you're safe.
For
You
now.
should all play cards into your pools at this point. All right. So let them have it. This card has a C on it.
That's good.
No D.
No, because we're on D now, aren't we?
You're
No
on
one see.
We're on C.
But
Okay.
I'm sure it'll work out just fine.
Yep.
But we also
Again, with
have
the
we also
smile.
have flurry, so
You do.
but we don't know D, so it doesn't matter.
No D. So, all right. So step C, still a DN 12.
Just
I
means
think
he
you
has
have
2
some
chances
spotters.
to actually make the C, is what I'm saying.
You need to make the C right now because then you do D next round and you get off. Otherwise, we won't talk about that.
Now,
And that's definitely not a phrase that worked real well together, Rod. Sorry to say.
But
Yeah.
I'm
It's-
sure it'll be fine.
You'll get the D and then you'll get off.
Only if you hit it the
No,
right
I wasn't
way.
even thinking about that, but it is after 9, so I'm not surprised you are.
Yeah. If someone else was to take fine, could I get off the bus and help try like push these cars out of the way?
Yeah, absolutely. How would you do that? Some strength?
Yes.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not super good at finding things, but if you tell me what I'm looking for, I'll try.
Potholes and stuff.
Hold
like
on.
that. I have a 9 for my find. That's what I was saying. If someone has better find than I do.
That's
I was gonna
actually
say, are
pretty
you
good.
trying to push things out of the way? Wouldn't they be a strength deal?
It would
Yeah.
if he's trying to get off.
Can I
What's your
bless?
strength?
8.
Can I bless him?
Yeah, but if you're gonna bless, why not bless the driver?
Yeah.
You know what? I'll do that then.
Yeah, sure.
So
Go for
I
it.
will bless the driver.
Blessing his dexterity. Curtis, what is your character's dexterity?
10.
10.
Mm-hmm.
That's your difficulty, Dan.
Well, I
17.
got a 17, so
Oh, that's a good success.
it's a good.
So I believe that's going to give him what, a +1 to his dex for a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
So in the little modifier area next to the stat, just put a
Well,
1
you
in
know
there.
what? Hold on. If I get 3 more points higher,
Mm-hmm.
and this is based off of, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Faith is what? Spirit?
Yep.
So I'm going to play a willpower.
Yep. And that'll give him a +2.
So now you have a +2 to your dex for that.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, don't you wish you did that at the beginning of the DSR?
So now if I
I didn't
You
think
didn't
about it
know
until
you
they
could do
just
this.
said.
Yeah, well, not just that, but you didn't know. You're learning. Wait a second. The gods listen the way that this is new.
Mm,
They must be responding
hmm,
to the need for help.
yeah, because, I haven't really heard or gotten a response in a long time.
Right.
okay. All right.
So you took that. You said, Marcus, you wanted to help. So was that going to be strength or find?
Terry, you taking fine or
You have a better find than I do.
Okay, I'll just do a find then.
And that's 10, I think, is what you need to roll.
Hey, look
Yep.
at that.
So that
Now, the
gives
thing
me-
is, if you hit a 15 or a 20, you'll count as extra people for helping because you've gotten a good or an outstanding. So you're going to have a +1 when you roll this, Curtis, in addition
Mhm.
to what he's already put on top of your dex.
so a total of
Plus
+3.
the 2.
Well, that 2 you should already have put on the character
Yep,
sheet.
I
right?
got it. So I have a total of 12 right now.
Yep,
for my
and you'll just
mod.
put in the modifier of +1,
Mm-hmm.
right? Go for it.
24.
That's a pretty good roll. So that is definitely going to hit our step C. You should all put cards in the pools. Now this is the last round, so this is do or die. It's a DN10. It's basically a gun it and hope to get off the bridge before something bad happens.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right. That's how we do things here.
Now this card is breakthrough. There is a step D.
Good.
Hmm.
Disregard that. I'm just looking at them.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll no way that.
Now the DN is just a 10 right now.
Mm-hmm.
So before you do anything, would you like to trade an adrenaline?
Well,
Of
you can
course.
always do that after he sees the roll.
Yeah, true. After. Anyone want to find or do anything?
I tried and I failed.
Go for it. Oh, yeah, you did.
Hold on.
I can try and help too.
What would faith? Can I just like do something faith related, like pray that this works this time?
I think that's what you did. It was called bless.
Well, no, I was okay.
But the blast lasts a minute, right?
That's going.
He still has that.
I was just looking at what I had up here on the skills. Like, can I just
I
like
did not get to help
pray
you
that
at
this
all.
works out?
I didn't roll a 1, so that's good.
That is good.
But
What about
I'm not helpful.
scholar to determine a proper path that looks like it might be a little more sturdier than
That would be evidence analysis.
evidence analysis? I definitely
Yeah,
don't
because you're
have that.
trying to look at what's out there and draw a conclusion.
Let's see what my...
Evidence analysis is mind,
Yeah, I was just checking.
which your mind is
Pretty good.
a little above average.
Yeah, so I will do that. I will try to do an evidence
Okay.
analysis. Yeah, that'll work. So let's roll that. And
We are
All right.
horrible.
Looks like no help.
no,
All right, zero
nope,
modifier.
Nope.
Zero modifier.
Nope.
The
Willpower.
Oh no, he's giving you a +1 by playing his willpower. He's converted his +3 for himself to a +1 for you.
Okay.
No.
I will take that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Alrighty.
We're never
16.
gonna- Hooray,
All right,
yes!
so you're gonna make it across. You feel the coming off the bridge, large pieces of it begin to kind of fall into the water, and it just wasn't built to hold that kind of weight. Whoever the engineer was, they didn't design a bridge for
It's probably designed for carts and horses.
it is not for cars, and there were too many
So-
cars that went across this thing.
Apparently,
I
the
do have some
DOT
good
has not
news
been
for
doing
you
their
guys.
job.
Yeah,
That
I do
would've-
have some good news for you guys.
Mhm.
That is going to be the end of the first scene.
Oh,
So what this means is we're going to do some things with cards. First, everyone goes back to 4 cards. So I'm going to give 2 to Vicus. Going to give 1 to Devia.
ooh.
If I
Excellent.
can get it to show me the name. There it is. I'm going to give 3 to Marcus. I'm not
The good
giving any
ones.
Yep. Because I'm at
Now,
4 and
now
then
that
have
you're all
that
at
one.
4, you can choose to get rid of one of your cards and say, I don't like this one, and I'm going to discard it. And what's good here, you have the ability to trade while you're doing this. Typically, the fastest, most efficient way to do it, if there's a card you don't want, just put it on the desktop. And we delete them all at once. Because you might put down something and someone else is like, ooh, I want that. I'll take that and get rid of this instead.
Okay.
Kind of the fastest way to do trades, right? Because it's still a 1-for-1.
So if I'm
Now,
like,
we
I
never
don't
get
want
rid
the
of the
romance
composite
card.
cards. Now, real quick,
I don't want this.
I don't want you to discard the romance card. I want you to read what it says here for this alternatively. And I think you want to do that instead.
Oh, okay. How do
So
Right.
you might just click it and take it back.
No. You can say, I'm going to do this alternatively, discard it and get a
Oh,
possibility.
and using it now.
Yeah, you can do that and turn it in.
and draw a new card? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm totally gonna do that. Yeah, get rid of that
So
card.
let's go ahead. We'll drop that. I have given you a new card. I've gotten rid of that one.
I took.
You
a
get
pass
rid
on
of the adrenaline one that's sitting on the map.
I will
Whose was
when
the
we're all
adrenaline?
done.
Okay.
This is where it doesn't matter. You can each, I want this card that's down there. You can go ahead and swap for those cards that are on there before I get rid of them.
Yeah, if someone
Right.
wants the coup de grace and they've put
Yep.
a card up, I'll swap them
And
out.
suit now might be a good time. You can do that alternatively. That's down at the bottom of that last sentence of the martyr card, if you were so inclined.
Yes, I saw that and I was curious
Works
if I
just like the
was.
romance did. They're both considered subplots,
Mhm.
right? It's a little, here's the main story, but a romance card, a martyr, a mistaken identity, a nemesis, they're all subplots. Here's a little
Mhm.
extra thing I can add for my character. So if
Yeah.
you'd like, drop that to the table, get a new card to replace it, and a possibility.
And a possibility?
That's what
Yeah.
it says, doesn't
Oh,
it?
okay.
Yep, that's why I did it.
But you're losing the opportunity to sacrifice yourself for the good of the
Yes.
world.
And
Yes.
Marcus, you have the
Okay.
same chance with that Nemesis
So
card
you
as
took
well.
a possibility and you drew, and you're drawing another card, right?
Unless someone else wanted it.
Okay.
No, not for tonight.
Because I put the coup de grace and the martyr up. Does anyone want to trade the coup de grace for anything? Or want to trade the martyr for anything?
It's nice to the damage.
I put an adrenaline out there if anybody wants it.
If you want to swap the martyr for the adrenaline and get a card and a possibility, I'll trade you the adrenaline for the martyr.
Okay, I'll take that then.
Okay, so
All
I'll
right.
take the adrenaline.
And I'll just go ahead and activate it.
All right. So you are activating it to draw a card and a possibility.
Yes.
So give yourself another card, Dan. And Marcus, you are getting rid of this for the possibility.
Yes, and draw a new card.
All right. So
Thank you.
go ahead, draw yourself a card from the deck. And give yourself a possibility.
He brought me cookies, you guys. I'm so excited.
And I'm going to get rid of this last coup de grace, and I have two people I owe a card to.
Yeah, if someone, if they didn't want the coup de grace,
That's actually what I got when
sounded
I
like
drew the just now was a coup de grace.
Nice.
Because I was going to take it, and I was like, no, if you're going to drop that martyr, I'm going to take that
I gave
possibility.
you a card. This one here, I should not have given you. So I'm clicking that I'm stealing that card from Divya.
Oh, okay.
So I got. Hey, Diva. Do you want a card?
All right.
Ignore friendly fire.
Yes, you definitely do. But can you give me that one I was trying to steal from you, Tara? Because I gave you one card too many.
Oh, which card was it? The
Last
The
one.
very last one.
master plan.
Yes. All right. So I'm going to put that in my hand, and the first time someone draws a card, that's what I'm going to give you.
So what do you want?
definitely
Do you want
to
like
trade for that precision?
second
Uh,
wind or second chance or alertness?
What does alertness do? It's hard for me to read these.
Alertness. You can actually zoom in on them.
If you just don't click the middle, click the side.
Oh,
And it'll
okay.
explain the whole card.
Alertness. Their second
you know-
chance.
yep.
And their second wind.
Okay. Got two of them in a row I get to take care of. Hold on.
I'll go ahead and I'll just take alertness.
Okay.
And I think that most of those would be good for anyone, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, here,
Right there.
take martyr. I have coup de grace. Oh, it gives me coup de grace.
That's fine. It worked out, right?
Yeah.
You can stack coup de grace.
Yeah.
Each one is extra damage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it looks like we're all good with cards. Right? And often we refer to that as, okay, we're at the end of the scene. Let's do the card thing. And after you've done it a couple of times, it gets real easy.
All right.
All right, so you guys have spent a good amount of time driving here. I'm just going to get rid of that. We don't need that. Make a change there. And you do finally arrive in Chokmali. The town itself, when you arrive, it's a nice town tucked on a hillside near the edge of the jungle, or at least for those of you who've been here before, it was near the edge of the jungle. The vegetation has thickened somewhat and encroached to engulf a lot of the outlying buildings, and even kind of, pushes in almost on the center of town. The most notable feature of the village previously had been some fields, right, farms to the east, close to that river which had been flooding. But that's more of a wide path now through the jungle to get there. There is a public well in the center of town. There is a fairly large house. You guys have seen that before if you've been here. It was the largest house in town, belonged to Rajan. It was 2 stories tall, and it is decorated for the wedding. Now, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to move us off this map for day 1 just because I've gotten a little bored of looking at it. And I want to look at some of the other art that they've published. I'm sure it'll be fine. This has nothing to do
Hey,
with
that's
what's...
my good friend.
It is. It is, actually. That is specifically one of the one of the pre-gens that they then develop and use in the book in a whole bunch of different images.
Cool.
And I do also want to show you what the village looks like. Now, there is kind of past the well, like that to the east side, some strange pile of hanging bones. So if you go take a look at it up close, I'll tell you what it looks like. It does not look like the pillar, don't worry.
Which way did we come in from?
I believe the south, because you were at Madurai.
Okay. All right. Cool. I'll go ahead and pull us up to Rajan's house.
Okay.
So we'll be out front of that place.
Absolutely.
Is there
I'm leaving the other two the two NPCs kind of on the bus, in case one of you guys get killed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Never.
Do we
hurts.
notice anybody outside?
Yeah.
Village is empty. It is as silent as the grave.
Oh, not very ominous whatsoever.
Not at all.
Quiet.
It's fine.
The house is still technically decorated for the wedding.
Yeah, any lights or anything on?
Well, no, but it is still, it's still late afternoon. It's not nighttime yet. You guys didn't really have any delays getting here, if you think about it, right?
Well, the bus broke
break
down.
down.
You.
Yeah, but he got the bus working pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Is the door open to the front house?
Sure. Yeah. You guys are free. You can search every single building here if you want. I don't mind.
Okay.
I only want to look in the big one.
Okay.
I'll go look at the bodies.
What
Body?
bodies?
Or
The hanging
files.
bones.
Hanging
The bones? Okay.
Yeah.
So, right, and it is impossible to miss whatever that grisly structure is. Getting close, from a distance, it looks like kind of bound together sticks, but getting close, it is clear that whatever this is made of bones. Very distinctly human bones, and they seem to be fused together into some kind of maybe an altar. It looks a little bit like it could be an altar.
These bones, do
any
they
kind
have
of-
any features we might recognize, like any clothes on them, rings, jewelry?
No, not so much.
Is this altar familiar to previous times coming up here, or?
No, you've never seen anything like this. Whatever this is something
This is almost satanic of some sort.
profane. Almost, yeah. And if I can get this to load, I'll show you what it looks like. But my computer's being stupid.
Mine's doing the same. I still have a card sitting out in the middle of the thing. I can't move or delete.
Oh, wait, really?
It's not there on my end. So what if you
Sometimes
refresh?
Roll20, you have to refresh it. So it looks like this. That is kind of, I told you, this thing is disgusting.
Like what?
Yeah.
Did that handout show up?
Yeah, on
Yeah,
my
it
end.
did.
Okay, I can see it
Stella?
on Twitch. Yep.
Should be able to see it on Twitch.
Yeah.
Well, it's even it's kind of scarier looking when I actually zoom in.
Oh yeah, because it takes the light off. Those teeth on the bottom.
Ooh, that does look better when you zoom in. I didn't even know it was gonna do that.
Yeah. So the skulls
and
on the
creepy.
bottom. Those are they human skulls? On that
They-
bottom row that look like they have
Yeah.
fangs.
They look mostly human. I mean, would you like to roll medicine?
I don't have that.
Or find or evidence? Actually, evidence analysis. Why don't we roll that?
I'm gonna point it out. And could I try and assist someone as I point it out?
Absolutely. Whoever would like the assistance.
And do you want me to roll for that? To see if I can assist them?
Analysis.
What is that
It's
under?
If you don't have it on the sheet, it's a mind skill.
It's a mind skill. Gotcha. So I will roll mind.
Now the sheets are customizable, so we can eventually add. You can.
No.
It's super easy to add everything that is a rolling at a 0, but you don't need to.
Yep. I did not help you.
You did
so
not.
Whoever's gonna look.
Who's trying to really examine that thing?
Okay. Because it looks like they have fangs or
being
something.
that I am the religious one here, I suppose I will be the one that does it.
Okay.
You want me to do the same thing, evidence analysis?
Yes, please.
And I have no...
+0.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. No modifier.
You have +0.
No, I'm
You're not sure. I mean, you can see the bones still have a little bit of blood on them, and there's definitely something very off-putting about this. As a religious person, you'd probably feel that this thing is evil.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking it's probably something. I don't know how to pronounce it. Danavas, the Danavas or whatever. I was trying to find out what they actually call the devils in the Hindu. So
They have a lot of names.
Yeah.
And they all have a lot of letters.
Daityas, maybe. Well, either way.
Whatever it is.
Some of the mythology I've read is some of it is very, when I'm reading, I'm like, huh? I don't know. I find it difficult to understand a lot of it. Maybe because some of the names are really long. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean,
But,
that's where Rakshasas come from.
Correct. As well as a number of other demons, even some of the angels from D&D, like the, actually no, the Asura was Persian. But there are a number of other things that are in there. Anyway.
Actually, yeah. Well, they're not the same, but yeah. I mean, the name is the same. The creatures.
So what would you like to do?
Well,
I'm opening the door.
I was gonna say, let's check on our
Okay,
associates.
so going
our
through
friends.
the house.
Mm-hmm.
So there is in the
I would
house.
like to say that I would like to try and do it stealthily.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a roll.
I'm
Okay.
gonna wait with the bus
17.
outside of the house.
Okay. So going in, you do see, and you're moving very quietly, which is why you're going to see this first before you're seen.
Okay.
Looks to be a Caucasian man lying on the floor. He's clearly barely conscious. Looks like he's been wounded, and barefoot. Got some bandages on, and you can tell he's alive because periodically he kind of moves a little bit. You know when someone's trying to like wake up and they can't? That's kind of how he looks.
Where are the bandages on his body?
His chest. It's kind of like makeshift bandages.
And I don't notice anybody else around him. No other sounds of people rummaging or...
You've not heard anyone in this village.
He looks Caucasian, but does he look pale?
Sure, he's Caucasian. He's a white guy.
Well, I
Of course he's
mean,
pale.
you know.
Does he look whiter than a typical white
extra
guy?
Caucasian, like.
I mean, do you want to get close and give me a? Actually, what you can give me a first aid roll if you'd like to determine his condition.
I
Probably have to get up close to him though.
don't think I can do that.
Sure, it's a mind roll. It's a mind skill.
Oh yeah, I don't want to do that.
Did you find
right,
something
we'll
of
try it.
interest?
That's a 3. Hold on, let me see what I got here. Hold please.
You have to cover a spread of 7. I don't know that you're going to learn anything from him.
Man. Boo hiss. All right. Well, I tried.
You did.
Are the rest
But
of us
he's
still
there.
outside?
So. What's that?
The rest of us are still outside?
The rest of you are still outside, yeah.
Where's where's D?
Well, she went inside that building in front of us.
Woman, don't quite like the feel of this place. I don't think we should split up.
Don't like the realism. You should always split up in a Rorsch. A Rorsch rewards that sort of behavior.
Sure.
For
that
the,
and
for the
despair.
GM, yes.
Actually, there are ways that it can, but we won't talk about that just yet. That won't be germane to today's.
So, you say she went in this building here? And I'll
The
start
big one.
walking in.
Yep.
Yeah.
So open the door, start walking in.
So you see her. She's. I guess you're kind of looking around a corner at this guy.
Yeah.
You're not getting close.
No.
She's spying on someone or something.
D. What?
Look around this corner. He looks injured.
When you
But
go, shh, you hear a kind of groan come from around the corner, and he's.
And you just staring at this person?
I don't trust it. It feels like a trap. Who bandaged him up? There's nobody else here.
There's nobody else anywhere, and there's a strange whatever that is outside.
I don't trust it. I don't recognize this person, right?
Do I?
No.
We know it's not Rajan or his
It's
wife.
not, and I'm close to
Caucasian.
the family, so theoretically,
It never stated what color he was in our bios. I don't know. Just be-
No, I said a minute ago he was Caucasian.
No, I'm talking about Rajan. No, but nothing specified what he was. That's why I'm making sure.
Sure,
I mean-
I guess that his home family was from this remote Indian village. Didn't give any of it away, but okay.
No, it doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily mean that
you're
you know.
not Caucasian.
But I will go check on him. I mean, it's
Okay.
obviously an injured individual.
I will have my gun
Yep.
out.
Yes.
My
Your
gun is
first
out.
aid
By all
roll if you
means.
want. I know your gun is out.
Yeah.
You are a hunter. Your gun is always out.
All right.
And
so
I'll walk up with them just to stand guard.
that's a
over
10.
Okay. So how's that first? Okay. So you can tell he's definitely. You're not sure what it has been that's wounded him, but you would suspect that these wounds have been like the last 12 hours or so, right? The last day or so. With that roll, if you'd like, you can even wake him up.
Actually, if he is not dead, I can soothe him.
He's not dead. What?
I can soothe him. If he's unconscious, then right? So he taking shock.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can a first aid also gets rid of shock.
All right. So you want to roll it again?
So, no, I just said with your 10, you
Wake
can
him
wake
up.
him up if you want. It just say, did you want to? I didn't want to.
Yes. I would like. To, I mean, I need
Okay.
to figure out what's going
So
on.
you wake
here.
him up and he sees some people and starts, and then kind of moves back and then just realizes that you're
Calm.
people and stops.
Calm.
Excuse me, you startled me. Huh? Sorry about my reaction there. I wasn't expecting to meet any of the natives.
Yeah, that's an interesting phrase to use. Now, what happened here?
And he's very clearly British. It was only 2 or 3 generations ago, so just take that uncomfortable bit and put that right there. Where am I? Do you know?
You have no idea where you're at?
No. I know there was some sort of attack last night. What time is it?
I look at my watch. What time is it?
Late afternoon.
It's about 5:30.
Oh, 5:30 then. Oh, it's.
First of all, what is your name?
Oh, yes, Edward Gant, of Her Majesty's Army. Victorian, of course.
Her
You?
Majesty's Army.
Yes, the Queen Victoria.
That checks out.
It does. It sounds like, it makes sense.
Checks out.
Guys, Could you? You're here already. You wave the other two
I
in.
I suspect I've landed on Earth. Then is that it? I'm not on Gaia, am I?
No, you're not on Gaia, and yet this. What?
This is going to be very difficult to explain. I'm going to
I'm
need
going to
to
come
ask
around
you
the
to listen
corner at this
carefully.
point with my gun trained on him.
No need to. You can holster your weapon, gunsmith. I assure you, I understand the rules of hunting, and you and I are allies. Assuming, of course, that you have no problem with Her Majesty's army. My name, as I said, is Edward Gaunt. I am from the world of Gaia. I don't suppose yet you've heard of the dread figure known as the Gaunt Man. He is the
No.
most evil of all nightmares, and has been slowly spreading his poisonous world called Rorsch across Gaia. It seems that several folks in Her Majesty's government recently learned that he would be spreading this poison, this Rorsch, from Gaia to a planet called Earth.
It's something we can kill?
Well, the horrors of the Gaunt Man are very difficult to kill, especially if one does not know their true death. It takes some degree of work to do that, but we felt, all of us in Her Majesty's government, and of course Her Majesty herself, that, well, we're Victorian, so of course it is our burden to care for others who can't for themselves, and so we followed the Gaunt Man here to destroy him.
How's that working for you?
Well, yes, I suppose I understand your question, meaning how was I not able to do that? I've never personally met the Gauntman, thank God, and I certainly hope that I never do. But we keep as they say, one must always keep a stiff upper lip, and so we're here. We're going to. And by the way, he does have the longer mutton chop type sideburns, exactly what you'd expect an Englishman from 1880 to look like and sound like.
Mm-hmm.
Because my accent's not that great.
It's not horrible.
Well, I went to school there for a year, so hopefully
Yeah,
not horrible,
that's
but
not
still not that
bad.
great.
Then, back in the
so-
1800s, who would have known?
It's true. After all, it's not going exceptionally well. However,
What
I
gave you the?
survived the attack last night. It was quite bad. Went very poorly, but I managed to make it into the house. I am in a house. Yes, I'm in a
Yes,
house.
you are.
Yes.
And what about the occupants who live in this house?
Well, I believe they had already been collected by the tiller.
The
Collected?
There were no one here. Right. I'm sorry. I sometimes forget that you are ignorant.
Yes. Pretend we are ignorant.
Yes.
We're
yes.
ignorant. You're Queen's Elizabeth, and you're telling us we're ignorant.
No, Queen is Victoria.
The
You
correct.
don't even know your Queen's name yet.
No, the
Victoria
Queen
the Sixth.
Victoria.
It's Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. No. Not since the Tudor dynasty. Regardless, the tiller is one who cares for the field of Gospog.
We killed some of those.
Well, jolly good. The Gospog are, it is said, horrible creations of the Gaunt Man. He transports them to worlds he will invade and destroy through something he calls a Maelstrom Bridge. Apparently, he can use it to attach Rorsch to, well, other worlds, like this one. And he basically, well, I suppose it's a form of colonization. But not the good colonization, right? It's more of a
Yes, nothing like the
foul.
good colonization. Sure.
Right. He's not bringing civilization and trade and wealth. He's
So
just bringing death and destruction.
Yeah, to the savages. Yeah, I understand.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I was worried you might not. So yes, that's typically
You said
At
you
Apparently,
least
came
what
here
we've
with
seen
others.
happen back on Gaia, his minions would periodically attack a town or villages in the hinterlands and slay as many of the people as they can. I'm afraid you're not getting any signal. And
Yeah.
slay as many people as they can, and then they would plant them in these gospog fields with some sort of occult-like seed that would germinate and cause corpses to grow and things to
Sure.
So the
shatter.
Okay,
things we
so
killed.
let me ask you this, so you continue to prattle on about all these issues.
Prattle? I don't think prattle is the right
You're
word.
prattling.
You're prattling. So, if we were to try to find one of these fields to try to, I don't know, maybe rescue the people who were taken there,
Oh
where
no,
would be a
that's
good
not possible. It's too late. They only bury corpses in a gospog field. If they're there, they're already dead.
And do they
There
transport
is
them
no
there
rescue.
dead?
Hmm?
Do they transport them there dead? Or do they
Typically, yes. They have to plant these occult seeds inside corpses.
So
Not
if the
the living.
tiller came, they were already dead.
The Tiller probably came and killed them and had his minions kill them
What's he look like?
specifically to plant a gospog field.
What's this tiller look like?
Well, I suppose like a gardener of sorts. They're not all the same, unfortunately. As I'm sure you well know, most monsters are different. They don't know two vampires or werewolves or anything else that's alike. By the way, Tara, that sounds 100% correct. Every
Yeah,
monster in a Rorsch is unique,
Yeah.
which adds to the horror.
This gentleman's going to make me lose my religion here in a minute.
I know, isn't it great?
Where are the others you came with?
Now, I will describe the creature that the kid said he saw in his home.
Oh yes, that sounds like a god. Oh, the creature. I guess
Not the
that
Gosphogs,
could
but the
be a Tiller.
other one.
That could be. If the Gospog were listening to him, then he probably was one. But Attila, they lost their soul years ago. Years ago.
And they don't.
Best thing you can do is put him down, and burn the field.
And they don't carry the bodies off unless they're already dead.
They might carry off a live person, but I can't see why. There'd be too many chances for that person to escape. And then they've lost, in their mind, good fertilizer.
Okay. And the kid did not know for certain whether or not his folks were still alive once they were carried away.
He saw his folks go down.
Go down, but that didn't mean dead. So I was... Yes, I know. But remember, I have faith.
Yeah, fair enough.
Glad somebody does.
I have to, apparently.
Are you capable of taking care of
Thought
the
more than one of you did, in fact. Yes. So, Suit also has faith.
Not much, but some.
Not much, but it's enough for you to try. Oh, and it's enough for you to be basically hold forth the holy symbol to things that are supernaturally evil and try to keep them away from you. It's enough to try. It's not enough to be good at it. It's enough to try.
Sam, you appear confused.
Are we in some kind of B-rated dinner theater horror show? What is he talking about?
You mean
No, you're in a
B-rated, the last
rush,
dinner
man.
theater.
In a rush. Pay attention.
Remember, I did
It's
think we
very
were in the
weird
middle of
this
a
whole
movie
time.
set when we first ran into those creatures.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
What
Middle
are you
of
talking-
what?
Is this some dinner theater before the wedding tomorrow?
There's no theater here. What theater?
No, I don't think there's going to be a wedding. According to this man's words, our friends are already dead.
Oh, your friends were here last night.
Yes.
Well, this is their
Ah,
home.
then there's only one thing we can do. Find the Gospog field and set their corpses on fire so that they don't help to spread the gaunt man's poison.
Okay.
I'm
well,
sure it's what they would have wanted.
that
I
brings
was
me
waiting for
back
your answer
around
on
to
how many of you came here.
my first question. How would we find
Not
this field?
many. I'm sorry. Oh, the field. Well, typically it'd be if the tiller was here, which he was, we would just have to follow his tracks. I ran. I am technically not ashamed to say it. I was outnumbered substantially. It was just me after all, against many of the creatures here, and there's nothing wrong with running in a situation like that. And so I took refuge here. But we could.
So are you from
probably-
France?
France? No. not from the continent at all. The Gaunt Man overran it about 2 decades ago.
He's referring to different realms.
Yes, I know what France is.
I was talking to him about what you're saying.
I see. Well,
Confused.
Do you remember that movie that the Americans did a while back with that little girl that was picked up by a tornado and thrown somewhere?
what do you mean movie? What you moving?
Is that one of those books that you or pictures you put in?
Yes,
and
I'm
the
sorry.
lights
Maybe a
move
flip
around it?
book or something to you guys.
Shadows.
Yeah. Anyway, as
Oh yes,
she would have
I've
said,
seen some.
we're not in
Something like
Kansas
that.
anymore.
Oh, Wizard of Oz.
Yes.
Okay.
No, we're in a Rouge. I've said this
Where's
twice now.
Kansas?
Vicus is
believe
ignoring
from
it
what I've
as
heard,
much as he can.
it's not very far from the great abyss that the Gaunt Man emerged from in the first place. You've heard of the Great Abyss? No, of course you're not from Gaia. You've never heard of the Great Abyss.
No, but
So
maybe
he describes what this Great Abyss is on Gaia, and it sounds like the Grand Canyon.
Ah, okay.
which
Not
is
that I
nowhere
know
near
that.
here.
Nowhere near here. You're
Um,
fortunately very far away from it. Or not.
So you're here
fortunate.
alone.
so
Yes, that is what I said, miss.
Now you're here with a child.
I have no children.
Nah, come here, little one. And I thrust upon him this child. Since you obviously run from danger, and it seems like we have to run towards it, you.
No, that's not. I am.
Goodbye.
I assure you, I am a stout fellow. I'm more than willing to accompany you into danger. I just
poke him in his
I was
chest.
very, very overwhelmed by the numbers, and I had to do the right thing. And
So what did
sometimes
this? And I start poking him kind of hard in the chest.
do you mind, sir? And he smacks your hand away.
What is this? One of those Gospogs did this to you?
Yes.
Now, if we're to follow the trail, what would we look for?
Well, you should find evidence of the corpses being dragged, and of course you'll smell the field. It'll be quite bad, but
What do you know
I
of that?
really must. What?
What do you know of that bone structure outside?
Bone
That's
structure.
new.
I didn't see that. What is it? A stela?
If I knew what
And he
it was, I
begins
wouldn't ask.
describing.
It sounds like that. And while you are having your conversation between the two of you, I'm sure you've got lots to talk about. I'm going to walk around the house and look for some sort of sign of bodies being drug away.
Sure. Would you like to give me some sort of find roll?
Yeah, sure.
What'd you see inside there?
That was a 15.
So there are definitely signs of that, which is fairly easy to see. You also see, it looks like they had stored some gasoline in again, some buckets and some oil and stuff like that. You could, if you were so inclined, probably spend some time and make yourself a couple of petrol bombs.
Yeah, was there any bottles around?
Yeah, enough that you could make a few of those.
All right, so we'll do that.
It's going to take some time, though.
Can you get started on making some Molotov cocktails?
Me?
I don't think now's the time to be drinking.
Well, something similar. And
yes, again.
I'm
but,
checking his dressing on his wounds. Did he do that himself? Does it look like it was self-done?
Give me a evidence analysis roll.
Fancy words.
13.
The dressings look older than the wounds.
Okay.
Is in the wound still weepy or?
No, and in fact, they look like they're.
I'm going to try to
know,
clean up the wounds and try to
give me
it
a first aid. Give me another first aid since you're kind of examining the stuff.
That's
want to sterilize his wound?
9.
Nothing to see
Here.
there. Unless you have some way to make that 9
Yeah,
better.
here you can.
That's gonna be not a strength. What do you got?
No, not strength.
Hold on. Crap.
Got crap, huh?
Yeah, crap. Well, no, I can give you a second chance to reattempt,
You know what?
but that's not really gonna.
I'll just spin a
could go
possibility
wrong.
on it.
Sure, you don't have to.
Possibility would be good.
What are we trying to do? Clean up his wound?
Figure something
He
out.
needs
No,
a
he's
better
trying to
system.
pick up some information
17.
about it.
Oh.
That was 17. Oh, okay. Looking at them, they kind of look. Imagine if you had claws and did this to yourself.
Oh,
They kind of look like that, but that's impossible.
yeah. I put my gun back up.
Well, he's figured this out. He hasn't said it yet.
Oh God.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I hate to
Gant.
ask.
Edward Gant.
Yes, I understand that. These wounds look self-inflicted.
What?
Am I close enough to hear him say that?
Sure.
Cool. I put my gun back up.
What are you doing? Put your weapon away.
I will not, and I call the child back over. Because
He doesn't want. He's not interested in keeping the child.
I don't care.
Now,
Sure.
being that I'm from Core Earth, what I remember, I'm sure there's been all sorts of movies and stuff. We've already had discussions of it so far. Okay, so I got a vague idea of all this. Can I see? I'll just reach up and grab one of her little silver bullets out of her slot.
I mean, you
I'm
gonna
gonna
let
let
him
him.
grab your guns?
No.
My bullet out of the
Bandolier.
Bandolier.
Can you hold this for me for just a second?
Yes, of course. That's
All
why.
right. Let him hold it.
I mean, he hasn't taken it yet.
Well,
Is that a
I'm wait-
problem?
No, it's going to help me focus to work on your dressings.
That
No, I
sounds
can't-
Like
I can't do
you're
that.
doing some sort of a cult.
Yeah, no, I can't
don't
do
believe,
that.
Are you a priest of the Sacralum, or
No,
are you follow one of
I-
those pagan religions?
I want to test a theory. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to tell you any story or lie to you. I'm going to just. I
Well,
want to
then
test a
tell me
theory.
your theory.
My theory is, like I said, you cause these wounds to yourself, but these aren't
I have
wounds.
no reason to hurt myself, sir.
Put your hands up.
So
I want to see this side of your hand.
So it looks as if the wounds was created by claws, but you
Are
don't
there
He
have
any-
claws.
has hands, you know.
Is there any bruising or blood caked around his fingernail
Give
beds?
me a
or
fine roll.
No, I see
Looks
nothing.
clear.
So I'm not from where you're from, but where I am from, there are stories. And in those stories, certain things occur. So if you could just hold this so I can test my theory.
He rolls his eyes and grabs the round. Yes, and
Okay, and nothing happens?
No.
Well, I mean, I guess technically it's if you have to shoot him with it.
Can I have my bullet back now, please?
yes, and of
Alright,
course, and
thank
he
you.
hands it to you.
And
I'm not taking. I'm letting him put it back on the.
Yeah, I
my,
put it back
My
in the
hands are on my
thing.
gun.
I will redress his wounds, and I will point out.
Thank you.
to-
I appreciate your
His wounds were self-inflicted,
lapsed hospitality.
but
He
by
says, looking at the
clawed
woman with the
hands.
weapon on him. No claws. See, thank you. She already asked.
Yes, I understand that, but the wounds still appear to be self-inflicted by claws, and you don't have any claws. So how exactly is that possible?
Well, I don't see that it is.
Unless...
I'm very sorry. I mean,
Are you a hunter like she is?
I tried to be. I mean, I'm no bulletsmith. The making of my own ammunition and the Slayer's gun is not something that has been conferred upon me. But perhaps someday I shall understand those secrets.
there's not much else I can think about doing right now. Well, his wounds are dressed.
They are.
And I don't trust him.
What? Why not? That makes no sense to me.
He's because I don't know. Maybe it's his personality.
Oh, because he's British? You're just insulted.
No, I think he started with the insulting phrases and
No,
comments.
not at all. How? Well, he said nothing insulting whatsoever.
What were the natives? Or what was it? The first phrase he said when he looked up?
Yeah, he said
himself?
natives.
Okay. I'm still there's something there, and
He's Victorian.
Yes.
Look, the fact that the Victorians came to help and basically brought, getting ready to in TORG help recolonize India. That's not the help anyone was looking for, and it doesn't exactly go over well.
And all this is
It does
still
make the
weird and new.
More interesting, in my opinion, but
all this is still weird and new to me. It's just there's something I can't put my finger on, but maybe it's because I'm not from this particular.
It probably is that. You need a little bit more experience.
Was last night a full moon?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and of course, an Orosh doesn't necessarily have to be a full moon for somebody to turn. So, let's follow this trail. We got the gas bombs made. How many can we get made?
You can, if you want to take some time, you could probably get 3 of them made.
All right, and is there any way? Oh, she stepped away for a moment. I'd like to see if maybe. Do we need to have some sort of science roll for that, or anything?
No, your find roll was sufficient.
All right, so we have 3 of them made.
Mm-hmm.
Write that down. All right, and I want to look around and see if there's any other kind of weaponry or stuff that we might be able to find here.
Sure, it's going to take some time, but
how much time?
As long as you don't mind it. I mean, it depends on how things go. Hard to say. Rorsch is, if anything, imprecise.
All right, we've got the gas bomb things. We've all got weapons, right? Everybody's got something to fight with.
Everyone has something to fight with.
What about him? Has he got anything on him, weapon-wise?
He actually does not.
Where's your weapon?
If we're going to go deal with the with these creatures, I hope you don't mind. I'd really like to find something that we can use against them.
No, I think you can stay here.
I prefer not. Do we have a problem, sir? Is there an issue of which I am unaware?
There's something that I think I might be unaware of, and it's kind of niggling at the back of my head, and I don't know exactly the best way to put it.
Can you tell us exactly how you got those wounds and who dressed them?
Well, the dressing.
I'm afraid this is
the dressing was before. The wounds were done after the dressing was on there.
I'm afraid this is somewhat embarrassing, but I don't precisely remember. I'm not exactly sure how I got here.
Do you drink a lot?
Very little. I mean,
well, we can't chalk it up to being blackout drunk, so.
I would never be blackout drunk, sir.
Well, we're wasting time.
Agreed. We have to get this done before it gets dark.
Why?
It's dark there. What do you mean, why? The horrors
dark is
come
bad
out
all around.
Yes, thank you.
Are you afraid of the dark?
No, of course not. It's just a
wise. Come out in the dark.
This is true. It is very well known, very well documented.
Only children tend to be afraid of the dark.
I mean, handsome.
No. You don't understand. The horrors and the nightmares of the Gaunt Man are strongest at night.
Probably should have led with that. Let's go.
So your petrol bombs, by the way, will do damage 14 fire, a medium burst radius.
Ooh.
They are Tech 22, so technically a contradiction.
To who?
To
So I could use them?
To a Rorsch, but...
anyone can use them.
Yeah.
As Storm Knights, you can always create a contradiction. When you do so, depending on how low you roll, there's a chance you disconnect. A 1 through a 4 are basically bad numbers. But let's face it, nobody wants to roll a 1 through a 4 anyway.
Yeah.
But if you do, we'll talk about, hey, could bad things happen to you?
So it wouldn't be a contradiction for me to use them with a Tech 23?
It would not be a contradiction for you. It would be a contradiction to a Rorsch, but not to you. So typically, you look at what's the worst case scenario. That would be considered a one case contradiction. So if you'd roll a 1, you'd disconnect. Now, if Devia was to use them, they would be a contradiction to a Rorsch and a contradiction to Devia. So, it's called a 4 case because, you square it. So she would disconnect on a roll of a 1 through a 4. You would only disconnect on a roll of a 1.
All right, and
because the number is below your axiom.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I see.
And that's you said a petrol bomb, 14 fire damage.
Yep.
And medium blast radius.
Yep, and you got 3 of them. I'm assuming you guys are not searching the house or town for anything else.
I mean...
He made it seem that maybe taking care of this, whatever this is a little more important. What's the range on that?
Well, it doesn't say. Let's say probably about 10, 20, 40.
You said it was a Tech 21?
Tech 22.
All right.
So fine for Core Earth, not fine for a Rorsch. So don't give Devia 1.
No, not a good idea.
I think I didn't find any hidden cameras.
Were you looking for hidden cameras?
Yeah. He did it in chat.
Oh, I missed that.
I'm still under the impression we're on some kind of movie set.
Oh, you thought I was nuts when I said that when we first started. I said.
Yep.
All right, so I guess I got everything.
Well, normally you'd hear about it at first that, hey, such and such movies being filmed in this area.
Yeah, but this guy has stayed remarkably in character.
Yeah, so I'm thinking some kind of dinner theater thing.
Now, what would that target go against? Their standard attack or
what? The petrol bomb?
Yeah.
Dodge.
It'd be, if you throw it, it's a missile weapons against dodge.
Dodge and dex, okay.
It's basically a fire grenade.
I think I have it
cocktail.
set. I don't know. Well, nope, it didn't put in the damage. It just said special. Never mind. Need to go back and fix that to be fixed.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so I guess we're moving on. Let's try to find our way to, and we're getting close to 11, so I don't know how much further you want us to. We need to go.
We should be able to. We'll go a little late if you guys are okay with it, but we'll finish.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Believe it or not, we are going to do that card thing again because that is the end of a scene.
Oh. Okay.
So if you guys want to get rid of any of the cards you had, get some new ones.
And then it's up to you. But since you're going to be traveling somewhere, I will point out to Tara that Devia has that sunset card.
Yeah.
Which would give you all 2 possibilities.
Yeah. So, but that's...
You play it, and everyone gets 2 possibilities.
Okay. Now, it's going to be dark anyway when we get there, probably.
Will it?
We're in a bus.
Now, could I have played?
No. Unfortunately, the jungle is going to be too thick to take the bus.
We're doing it.
Excellent. So let's go ahead and we'll put this up here just so
many possibilities, you guys.
And everyone can take 2 possibilities.
Yep, and somebody can make that even worse, can't they?
Could I have played that during that whole interaction that we had with dude?
Yes, you could have. I'm afraid it'd be a little hard to dial back the clock at this point. But yes, you could have played the mistaken identity to either like positive or negative. And usually a positive, I mean, you could hold that and when you get where you're going, try to play it and see if you can play it off as something.
No, I was just trying to get the, what's it called?
Possibilities?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one is usually going to be I play to make this think I'm like someone's enemy, so I get possibilities, and now I've complicated everybody's life, and that's
Okay.
always.
It's like a you thing. Yeah.
From what I've heard, that may fit in with his idiom.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try
All
to.
right, so everyone is happy with their cards. Sounds like.
I'll trade out mistaken identity.
Okay.
Could you trade out your whatever the
No.
Cosm cards? No.
yeah?
In
Oh.
Cosm cards, you get one per act, and once it's played, you don't get another one. Now, technically, there is one drama card, one Destiny card called Attuned, which lets you draw an extra Cosm card.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
fine
all
with
right.
all the cards I have.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so go ahead, Marcus, and draw another one.
Unless somebody wants this. But that seems like a...
So I would suggest, since you have that leadership card, keep that with the leadership. Let's say
someone else
somebody's.
has leadership.
I have
do they?
leadership.
So you want to keep those two cards together, because then the person with leadership can play their leadership, and put glory into somebody else's pool, and say, "Hey, leadership lets you kind of turbocharge getting some cards out there."
Uh oh.
Damn it.
So if you want to take that for something,
Yeah. How about that reality search?
That could be helpful to make sure you don't disconnect, or you could still disconnect, but be easier to reconnect.
it's hard for me to disconnect.
Okay.
I can just ignore it once.
Yep.
Uh,
And
So-
easier if you do disconnect.
look in my hand and see what you'd like.
What do you got? Give a number up.
Second chance.
Okay, transfer's not bad.
Okay.
If you want to set second chance out, I might take that because I have 6 possibilities,
And you can get more.
and I can pass them off to someone else.
Mhm.
I can. So if you want to set the transfer down, I'll take that.
Okay.
And
And then you go ahead and take the glory. Sounds like we're good to go.
I think I'm good. But yeah,
Yep.
no. If anyone gets low on possibilities, because I have plenty, I'll just be like, there, and you can have 3 or whatever. All the cowbell.
All right, so following the trail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anyone want anything out of the bus if we have to leave it before we leave?
All I had was my large purse, and I have that with me.
I don't think I had
It's more of a
anything.
satchel at this point.
Yeah, like a side.
Yeah. Which is kind of what a purse is, right?
Mhm.
That's mine is seriously just a canvas bag I wear crossbody.
So the jungle is much thicker than you anticipated, and it takes you quite a bit of time to get through it. So of course you're getting there really right as the sun is going down.
Ideal.
Of course.
Right. I mean, it maybe it wouldn't have ended that way, but the jungle is just too thick, and you're able to, after a while, like you're following the trail for quite a while, but as you get closer, eventually you're able to kind of smell your way, as you know the odor of rot, both plant and human, is thick in the air. The smell itself is, I mean, it beckons you forward, but at the same time making you feel unclean. You emerge from the pathway into this area of the jungle that someone has just deforested fairly quickly, like a large almost circle. And it is very clear that there are bodies planted here. You could tell from the mounds of earth. And they're now planted deep, like 6 to 12 inches. And already there's some vines and things growing out of them. And seeing you, there is what looks like some sort of I guess he'd be European man or Englishman, who seems to be tending to the plants and stuff like that.
Did we just walk with the tiller back to the tiller fields?
No, no. Edward Gant is over here. He's still with you. But this Englishman is approaching you, and at some point, all of a sudden, seeing that there are a few of you, he cackles and turns over his shoulder and says, "Ah, some more bodies. Go fetch them, lads." And from the far edge of the jungle, you see more of those gospog that you saw the first time emerge. And they are all heading for you. There are. Now, I have bad news. You guys are definitely going to be outnumbered here.
Motherfracker. Cool.
Well, good thing law of the underdog.
Fortunately, they're not super close yet. What was that you said?
The law of the underdog?
Not here. That's core Earth. Here you get to deal with the law of perseverance, which says that it is harder to avoid taking damage. So, again, these are Gospog. I'm going to ask you all for that willpower roll. That's really a fear check is what it is. That's what willpower is used for more than anything else.
And since I don't have willpower.
Spirit.
There.
So if you don't have willpower, it'd be a spirit roll.
So is it on my defenses? That's where.
So it's actually a skill. That defense is looking at what the skill is.
Has combat started?
So if you don't have it, you'll roll spirit. I'm afraid so with all these things that we have here. Why do you ask?
Because two of us rolled a 1.
And I was going to ask real quick, would this be of any use in this situation? This alertness?
Unfortunately, no. What an alertness will do is prevent you from being ambushed.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about.
Terrible.
Okay,
if you would go, let's say the drama card says you would go first, you don't. Okay. Second, you cannot play a card into your pool on the first round if you've been ambushed.
Gotcha.
So you go from I don't have this resource on the first round to I don't have these resources for a little while. You're really behind the 8 ball there.
Yeah.
No, fortunately for you guys. So who did not hit the 10?
I used a possibility.
Oh, okay. You did.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we could use that on these. 1,
you can. If you rolled a 1,
I did not.
No possibility.
Just boned.
Yeah, that's
a
why.
1
got it.
You failed. Always is a fail. So this is what's coming towards you. You'll be happy to know that there's like one or we'll say there's probably 3 that
Can I give one of those people who rolled a 1 my second chance?
No.
No, because
you're just screwed.
It's not enough. We don't have cards on a pool yet, so therefore it doesn't count.
Just checking.
And at least we're not disconnecting. We failed.
Correct, because you didn't do anything that was a contradiction. You're always allowed to be afraid. Now, we are now in what's called a dramatic encounter. The earlier fight was using the standard line. The second one is using the dramatic line. What's the difference? Well, the things on the dramatic line are worse. Basically, it's much more likely that the bad guys go first, and the effects that happen here are just worse for you usually. Just statistically, you're going to get screwed more.
Nice.
That's about it. It is funny that we show this hunter and a werewolf as we are starting our combat in a rush. The villains will go first. Approved actions are attack and defend. For the most part, all the Gospog are able to do is really just try to move forward. But the tiller, he will also kind of do so. And as one of you kind of seem to be the person in charge, who would have been in the front line coming out?
I would not have been in the front.
That would have been me. I just stepped up and did a rogue pose looking towards like some kind of camera.
Okay. So he comes for you, and I'm glad that you don't believe. And he just kind of reaches out, and you see his hand itself. There's like all sorts of disgusting sort of mold that seems to be growing on his hand, and he tries to reach out and touch you. I think a 12 does fairly well against you're carrying a weapon right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So that would be against your melee defense.
Right.
Right. So what were we saying you were earlier? So that is a standard hit. And you feel some of this mold kind of begin to grow on you a little bit. All it's going to do is make you stymied. It doesn't actually do any damage yet. So that
The other
was
12 things are going to do.
yeah.
Fine.
And then I'll give some of you guys each. I'll give the three of you each a Gospog.
Aw.
You're welcome. All right, so I have one for Sujit. Yeah, we'll come back to you.
Wow.
I have one for Vikas.
Alright.
I think an 8's probably a miss. Oof.
No. Is that
Yeah, I have an 18.
8's my melee?
Is it?
Yeah, I have no armor on right now, so yeah, 8's my melee. My melee's an 8.
Okay, so only 10 damage. Probably some points of shock to you, right, Dan?
Yeah, because my toughness is a 7, so it's going to be a difference of 3.
So 2
which
shock.
would be 2 shock.
All right, so Sujit. What is your melee or unarmed defense?
12, so that's a difference of 9.
A difference of 9. So I'm going to do 1 bonus die of shock.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do 13 damage, right? We compare that to your toughness.
Toughness
8.
is... Yep.
So looking at the chart, that's 1 wound and 2 shock.
Okay.
Now you can always
You
spend the
soak it.
possibility and try to soak it.
Well, of course.
Go for it. Now, bear in mind, you are very stymied. Make sure that you have that -4 penalty in there.
Okay, so where would I put that into effect?
Your bonus.
So there are 2 ways to do it. The first is to do it when it asks for the modifier. The second, you see where it says fatigue on the sheet right above it, it says stymied. If you press the plus button twice, it'll give you the modifier there. Nope, not.
Well, where do I roll for the soak?
Oh, you roll reality.
Reality?
Yep. You're basically spend a possibility and roll
Okay.
reality to try to avoid the damage.
Modifier is the -4.
-4. So I'm afraid that's going to be insufficient. You'll end up taking the wound and the 2 shock.
All right.
Unless you want to spend a second possibility to try to improve your roll.
Can he do that?
Yeah, you're boosting. There are 2 different operations. One is soak, one is boost. But that can get expensive.
I'm all right. I'll just take the wound and 2 shock.
Excellent. All right, Divya, I had an 18.
And I'm holding my gun, so my.
Looking at a 10.
Melee or
Well, probably not, because your gun's not really a club.
so unarmed.
But if it helps, it wouldn't matter because it's the same number there,
Yeah.
right? So
Well-
I'm going to get 11 damage against you.
So my tough is a 7.
So it's a difference.
So it's a
4.
difference of 4.
So 2 shock.
So 2 points of shock. That's the one point where it makes a difference. Is that it's increments of 5.
Okay.
The rest of these things are all kind of moving forward, and you suspect this fight is going to go poorly. But
Yeah.
and you'll be happy to know that guy was took some fatigue, but the Gospog, they're undead. They ignored every bit of that fatigue.
I wonder if those Molotov cocktails that you made might be helpful.
They might. Now, the approved actions are attack and defend. So anyone who successfully, we're past defending, right? Anyone who successfully attacks will draw a card.
Alrighty.
So, casting one of my miracles doesn't count as an attack or anything like that, does it?
Only if it's a miracle that's going to deal damage.
Copy that. All right, so then I'm going to. Well, what am I? I'm very stymied, so I don't even.
You are. Ward enemy, though, not bad in a situation like
That's
this.
what I'm about to cast, but I was contemplating doing the attack as well, but I think I'll just ward enemy right now.
Yeah, because a -6 penalty that's a big minus.
It's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Okay, so let's see. Minus. You know what? Let's do it
While
that
he's
way.
thinking about that, I have a question.
Oh,
So-
that why didn't it count it?
Ooh.
Well, first, it didn't take. So you have technically you have an 18 because it didn't take the -4 into play.
Right, that's what I was. I guess maybe because I hit the button before I hit the change. All right, so
And
with an
that would be
18,
why. Like if you put the very stymied on after you would press the skill, it didn't register when it was
Okay.
building the roll.
all right. So an 18 would get me.
I believe that's a good success. So let's put something down so that we can remember
All right.
that you have a ward enemy up.
We have all of us have 2 added to our defense.
Oh, is it 2 with a good?
2 with a good.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. So we'll just kind of put this here so that we all remember +2 to defenses against things that are supernaturally evil.
Oh, which
So
reminds
everything
me,
was evil.
when you hit me a minute ago, I have protected.
Okay.
But are Gospogs considered supernaturally evil?
They absolutely are.
So would my toughness would have been 2 points higher then, right?
Yep, but unfortunately they were doing 10 to your 9. You still would have taken 2 shock.
Okay.
But let's do this. Let's put the protected on this line. And that'll help you remember that you have basically armor against them.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So that was you. Who would like to go next?
I had a question. Since I have a ranged weapon, I probably can't shoot the one right next to me, right?
Sure you can. You just want to step back and do it before you do.
If I step
Now,
back, am I going to get? Is it similar to D&D in the fact that
You'll get the vulnerable condition. Basically, it's like I have to take some precaution. You know, I'm putting myself at risk backing away from melee.
Okay.
But if you kill it before it gets to you,
Yeah, there's like all
you're
those
vulnerable.
other ones. Will I be vulnerable to
Well,
the
yeah.
other ones or only that one?
You'll be vulnerable
In general.
to everything.
That seems a bit extreme. Okay, so
I mean, you want to shoot the thing, right?
yeah, I am. I'm gonna take the step back, and I'm
Which
going to shoot at it.
I'm gonna
Does
make these
her,
tokens a tiny bit smaller, give us a little extra space.
Does her hunter gun not allow her to shoot while in melee range?
If you look at it, it's not exactly a pistol.
It's. I mean, in the picture, it's a big one.
Well, yeah, that was the picture I was able to find there. But even if you ever, I don't believe it's
I think Hellboy whenever I think of the hunter
a
gun.
pistol you can shoot.
But the
Well, I don't know
rifle,
what I have. It just
a
says
shotgun you could also shoot in melee if you get one.
But I don't know
But
about
there's nothing that really kind of explains what size it is, so I've just always assumed a bit more of a rifle. Because doesn't it do 14 damage as a base?
Yeah.
14 damage as a base is pretty much a rifle.
It's fine. We're doing it.
It's okay. Go ahead, shoot it.
13.
A 13 for Gospog is a good success. That's going to be that 1 bonus to high damage.
Okay, so then I'll hit the damage, and I'll change that to a 1. And then hit submit. 17.
So down it goes.
Like that. So that means I would get a card then as well.
Correct. So
Yeah.
you go ahead, draw yourself a card.
Okay.
All right, who's next?
I'll go. You said something about stymie, but I didn't take damage or whatever.
you just got a -2 to your
Correct.
attacks.
There's just a little bit of mold that seems to be stuck to your skin. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay.
A little bit of creep show action going.
Another
So,
freaking romance card.
So I'm just stymied at 2, not very stymied like the other 2 were.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're kind of scared.
All right. Well, then
They're
I'm
pissing
going
their
to
pants.
smack a bitch.
Okay.
No, I'm not, apparently.
No, you're not.
You don't have any possibilities or anything to help that?
I do.
I feel like this is like the last hurrah of the evening So if
It
you
is.
got
We're on
It
your
is.
lives.
It is a dramatic. So
yeah.
Typically, most acts end with a dramatic.
Mother frick fracker.
well, that's
Well,
not.
hold on.
He didn't do it
You,
right.
you remember, you didn't. You did this incorrectly.
Okay.
Remember, when you spend a possibility, you click where it says possibility on the chat roll.
Okay.
So go ahead and click where it says possibility, and when it
Okay.
asks for your last roll, put in a 14.
Okay.
That's how it does the math. It's not a re-roll; it's roll and add.
So
Now
much
you have
more better.
that's a roll of a 45 is pretty good. Now your first roll is a 14, so you rolled at least a 10 and a 20 in there. Now you don't have glory out, so it's not worth going for the 60.
No, but you'd be pretty
But
close to it right now if we had proper cards laid out.
if you had the right cards, then it'd be worth trying to get it done. It would 100% be go for it. Glory is supposed to represent Storm Knights doing glorious deeds and then telling the tales to others. That fills all the ordinary people with possibilities, with some possibility energy, so that when you guys rip up the stella that bound the various realities to Earth, they don't get transformed and die.
So we rip up the Stella, you say?
Past that point.
Damn. Just
That-
ripped up the Stella.
That goes to a different conclusion on our track that goes like this. That one's hard.
Man.
It's so hard. All right. So, however, that is a 19. That is still a good success. So you're going to roll that with a bonus die.
Just one bonus die?
I'm afraid so. That -2 is what did it. That mold. Otherwise, you would have had an outstanding. All right. So 13 to the tiller. He is tougher than you'd expect, but he'll take some shock.
I can't tell what his
Tiller took the shock, though.
He did.
If you look
Basically,
to the
if
left,
you give him enough shock, he'll eventually pass out. Oh,
Marcus.
apparently it's not on the card there. That's a shame.
the shock ain't, but the wound and the toughness is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's small,
Sometimes
I
there
can't
are
read.
things that we don't know. All right. I think you're done. Oh, you attacked. You should draw your card. If you didn't, actually, you already did, right?
No, I haven't drawn my card
Then
yet.
go ahead, draw your card. All right, who's next? Suit.
Yeah,
think-
so I have a 12 in my melee weapons,
Okay.
but the pipe is a 10.
Is that the damage?
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. So I would roll.
You'd click just the word pipe.
Okay,
Let's take that out there.
no modifier.
Nope. Well, hold on. Do you have a
Or I have-
modifier? You have a -4.
Yeah, I have that -4, so that would be my modifier, correct?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
That's
Or
still
a
gonna hit.
result of 13.
Yep, that is still gonna hit. So what's the damage that your pipe does?
It's a 10 or a strength +2, and it says 10 on there.
So 10 damage is what it does. That's unfortunately not going to be enough to take out a Gospog.
Yeah, so just shock.
They would take shock.
But they-
However, most undead have an ability called Relentless that says, I ignore shock.
Mm-hmm.
So for a Gospog, it's basically you do 13 damage, you kill one. Do less than 13 damage, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Beat the threshold is basically it.
Mm.
All right. Well, none of you guys gave Gant a weapon, so he kind of steps back. And
Is that a free action or anything? Give him a weapon?
you have an extra one.
I have a pipe wrench.
He'll take it.
Okay.
He seems very useful.
Well, no.
Do I draw a
no.
card from that? From
If
attacking
you
him?
yes, because you still hit. So
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, the attack was successful.
So he will attack with the pipe wrench, which is what does it say it does? Damage plus
10
2.
damage.
But it's strength +2. Believe it or not, he can move up and do that. So he is surprisingly strong.
Okay.
So
You
he
know,
does
most
16
lycans are.
tiller. That's so he's actually gonna do a wound and 2 shock to the tiller.
Okay.
Yay.
And the tiller begins bleeding, and Edward sees it, and you're right next to him, Shyam.
Yep.
His eyes appear to be like darkening.
Okay.
Like the sclera is going away as the whole things are turning black.
At the vision of blood, huh?
Something
Maybe
like
not
that.
so much Lanthrocope. Okay.
It's hard to say because everything is different in a Rorsch, right? Monsters don't fit into nice, tidy categories here.
Mhm.
So his body begins contorting. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna replace that.
I
Mhm.
really hope he's still on our side.
Oh, he is a wear of sorts.
Of sorts. So
Bing.
yeah, we'll put him over here.
Oh, we're
And
back.
yeah, this is bad. By the
Why-
way, it's okay in a Rorsch to exercise discretion. You know what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Better part of valor.
Mm-hmm.
Up to you.
Mm-hmm.
So that was everything that first round. Obviously, that did not go well. And fortunately, he wouldn't have had to turn, but it is sunset and he saw blood. It was just,
Mm.
just, I'm going to get rid. We don't need this anymore.
No,
I've rubbed
yeah.
it in now.
Okay.
Um,
That's cool.
you should all play cards into your pools.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So just so you guys are aware, this fight is hellishly difficult. Just because first it's a Rorsch, and second for characters who basically have no clue what's going on, running is actually not a bad idea. That's totally up to you. I assume everyone's played cards into their
Having
pools?
watched
Yes.
GGM, it's never a good sign when you mention that.
What, that you should run away?
Yeah.
Well, there's a special chase mechanic too.
Mm-hmm. Of course there is. Okay.
Uh-oh. Oof. When
What?
suddenly... So,
Don't like that card.
do you have a seize initiative? Okay. Because a setback, as you can see from what I just put in the text, is something just got worse. It could be lose a turn, extra enemies come by. In this case, it was just going to be terrible. So that is one of the worst cards you can get. It is a very good one to seize initiative on. This is also bad, but not as bad. You guys will go first. So the heroes will go first, and then after that, the villains are going to flurry, which means they're going to go. You're going to go, and then they're going to go twice. Approved as any multi-action.
Are we still stymied?
No. These went away. Actually, yours got to stay for a bit at the end of the turn, because you only just got it on your turn. So, are you all running?
No.
No.
Cool. If they said no, I'm going to immediately pull out my gun and shoot the tiller.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to.
He is engaged. There's a chance you could, be off
I
target.
have a thing for that.
Ignore friendly fire.
Well, you'd have
Yeah.
to play that first.
Yeah. It's in my pool.
Okay. Then we'll ignore my roll.
I'm putting it out.
You're on
there.
target.
Yeah, I'm putting it out there. It's a 9. I'm going to use the possibility. I
That's a
want
great idea.
Mother Fracker to die, or at least get hit.
He did. The werebat
Hit
dealt him
more.
a wound before he knew any better. So a 16 we know is a good success.
Yep.
So it's 1 bonus die of damage.
All right.
And I'm going to multi-attack when it's my turn.
Okay.
18.
That's pretty good. That's going to be a wound and 2 shock for him.
Cool.
So he's taking a good amount of damage at this point. All right, Dan.
I'm going to throw two of these bombs. One over here and one over here.
It's going to be at a -2.
Yep. But since I don't have
Like
that
it.
stymied anymore, I figured might as well try it. Plus,
Okay.
any multi-action is...
Technically, hold on. It's not a multi-action. It's a multi-target. Multi-action is doing two different things.
Okay, so then...
Additionally, I almost forgot to tell you, you can't use the same action twice as a multi.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll taunt the first group, and then
Taunt
throw...
the tiller
No,
or the bat.
no,
Remember,
no.
you know you can't taunt Gospog. You
That's
figured
right.
that out
I
earlier.
already did that. So yeah, I'll use a taunt on the... No, not a taunt. I'll use a intimidate on the tiller. And then...
You might want to take a look at his card and see what those defenses are.
Yeah, I need to get a little closer.
Taunt's better. Taunt's much better.
Yeah, I mean, I would be more susceptible if I'm covered in dirt and growing mold on my body. It's probably going to be easier to make fun of me than it is to,
Yeah, then I'll do that. I'll
Hear
taunt
me.
him.
So you taunting him and throwing a grenade back at those three.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll just roll the taunt button.
It's a -2.
Yep. -2. Hold on. Possibility.
Okay.
So makes it 5.
All right, so you have successfully taunted him. What is he going to be? Stymied, vulnerable?
I want him vulnerable.
All right, so that'll make him very vulnerable, right? Because it was a good success on him.
Right.
And an 11 against the dodge back there is a standard hit. How much damage did we say you do?
Let's see.
That bomb does?
It does 14 fire damage.
14. All right, that is enough to take these three guys out. You can go ahead and you can draw your card because you did multi-action.
Very nice.
All right, let's see.
I have 2 of you left, and you guys are very much outnumbered.
Shit. Okay.
This, by the way, is going to go away at the end of this turn. Remember how I said sometimes you don't get a chance to play those effects? The vulnerable that was on Devia didn't come into play because you took it and then you went right afterwards and it went away. Nice how that works out sometimes.
It is
So,
almost like you said it wouldn't
Shime.
go away till after my turn, and I went, "Oh, I'm gonna go now then."
I'm going to go next. Thank you. Yeah, that was exactly how that worked out. Who would like to go? 2 of you left.
I can. I have a thing I could do.
Okay.
So I am going to attempt to hit the guy that I hit last time with my pipe. I'm
Okay.
gonna multi-action. So I'm gonna hit with my pipe and maneuver.
Okay.
Is that something I can do?
Maybe
Absolutely.
do it. You want to try to do it in reverse? That way you can...
Well, you can't make him any more vulnerable than he is.
No,
Now, you can
the
make
guy
him
hit.
stymied. Wasn't the
guy.
guy... Oh, this guy over here. Got it. Sorry,
Mhm.
I thought you were going for the other guy. Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. So
Yeah,
you're going to
so-
maneuver to make him vulnerable and then try to hit him in the back of the head.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I was
So.
thinking.
So it's gonna be rolling my maneuver with
A -2.
-2.
Now, we don't roll 2 skills. We apply the bonus number that we get to the same to the 2 different skills.
Hmm.
So
Hey.
your maneuver is an 11, your melee weapons is a 12.
Mhm.
So roll the maneuver with a -2, and we know your melee weapons is a point higher.
Okay.
Right?
All right. So that's a 10 and an 11.
Yep.
Correct.
So a 10 against their maneuver is a success, so you are making him vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
So your 11 to hit actually goes to a 13,
Okay.
right? Still only a standard success.
So, but could I use a possibility to bump that up?
Hell yeah.
So yeah, I will use a.
That's what's nice about this game is you can ask questions like that, unlike others like D&D. You have to decide, and hey, is it going to work? In this game, yeah, it will make a difference. You can even probably do the math and figure out how much.
Yep. So I can click the possibility, and the modifier is the 11.
-2.
No.
Or
Nope,
all right.
the
So yeah,
modifier is a
-2.
-2. And the last roll was a 15.
Okay, 15. All right. 18 result. So 18,
Okay.
19.
So we're going to have,
He's dead.
that's going to make him very vulnerable. So your 19 goes to a 23. You're going to have 2 bonus dice of damage.
Okay. So then how's the bonus dice of damage work?
Click the damage that you do. All right, what does it show? The damage you're doing with your pipe.
It's a 10, and then the bonus
click
dice.
the 10, and it'll ask for bonus dice. Put in 2 and submit.
Okay, gotcha. 15.
That is enough. Down it goes.
Poof.
And you draw yourself a card.
Did
Got
you
it.
give anybody else those Molotovs?
I still
don't
have
think
the
it-
2 on me, but no, I have not. But I
You had
can.
3
I mean,
total.
if you want one, I can just have
I
another one.
do not want one. No. No, not me. I was just
All
wondering.
right, Shyam. Someone's wishing they kept the martyr card now.
I got
It's,
reconnect. I can already ignore disconnect.
I know.
Now it's just like,
Okay.
here. Now you don't even have to try it twice.
All right. I'm going to do an attack
Okay.
on the whatever his name is.
The tiller, who's very vulnerable.
And then I will. Would I know if the werebat's gonna turn against us?
Probably not at this
Good.
point in time.
Okay.
We wouldn't know much about
What
it.
do you think?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Real quick, sorry, I forgot to tell you one thing. That mold did not go away from you. You're still stymied. It's still growing on you, slowing
Oh,
you
that's
down.
not good.
Okay, that's so I'm.
Oh, that's not right.
You should see someone for that.
Yeah, like first aid or a doctor would do.
Maybe the bat can eat it. I don't know.
Yeah. Well.
Did you just insinuate that the bat should lick his fingers?
Did.
And I already know taunt does nothing to the other guys.
To the undead, correct. It does not.
Well, you can also do more to this guy. Just
Or
because
you could maneuver.
you can make him stymied.
You could. This way, if he survives, it's harder for him to hit you.
Okay, and that's through maneuver.
Maneuver, taunt.
Or maneuver,
trick.
taunt, trick. It's whatever you think. Ultimately,
Okay.
the purpose of those interaction skills is to give you as players options for, you know what, I want to do this sort of thing. You know, I throw sand in his eyes. Great, that's a trick. Hey, I'm going to make fun of his hump. That's a taunt. It's quite literally a what can you think of? And you might even look at the intimidate, the maneuver, the taunt, and the trick and decide, and you know what? This guy I can fake to the left, then go right. You know, something like that.
Yeah, you check the skill that you have to
And-
beat.
I click on what to get the multiple.
The word attributes on the character sheet.
Attributes. There it goes.
And you'll put in a -2.
Not 20.
No.
Okay,
Again,
I'm going
no.
to taunt the dumbass and hit him with the sword.
Okay.
Since I am skilled in taunt, so I'll leave it at skilled.
And you're skilled in melee weapons as well, so both of those are going to stay skilled. Because that's a lowest common denominator thing, unfortunately.
Did he?
All right, so we're going to take the -1, add it to your taunt. Right? Your taunt.
Right. I'm going to
is-
use a possibility, though.
You sure? Because you've already been successful on your taunt. And if you want, we can do the math before you spend the possibility to see how well you've hit.
Okay.
Right? So your melee weapons is a 9, -1 is 8, but he is very vulnerable. That'll get you to 12. A 12 against him is only a standard success. So if you want to do more damage, then yeah, spending a possibility is a good idea.
Yes. So modifier -2.
Okay.
And
Well,
then
wait,
you're going to add 16 is what your last roll was.
Yep. And it's skilled.
Okay. So a 5 plus your taunt of a 12 is a 17, right?
Mm.
That's an outstanding success.
Nice.
Okay.
On an outstanding success, you kind of get a little bit of what's called player's call. Really, since he's based off of his stats, the most you can do for that taunt, he's not going to be very stymied unless you want him to be. Instead of being very stymied, he's basically going to lose an action. So he's
Lose
gonna,
action.
Going to be, which is going to help with the flurry, because then he's going to get 1 instead of 2.
Yeah.
That's probably better than the -4. Additionally, you have that same +5 and this +4 that you're going to add to your melee.
Yeah.
So that gets you to an 18.
Yes.
That's a good success. So when you hit him, we're going to get a single bonus die of damage.
All right. So 1 bonus die.
Yep. Well, I'm afraid that's only going to be shock for him.
But still, they're adding up.
Correct. It does add up, but he's very angry at you now, and he's going to hurt you in a moment.
That and he has a
So-
blank spot on his shock, so shock does nothing to him.
No, he takes shock.
You don't see the
Yeah, we
shot.
don't know.
It's kind of a
It's
DM
just
knows.
not showing here.
He
Oh,
takes
not a
shock.
dash, like
These
his-
ones don't.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's left
Yes.
blank because every so often there are things you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And in a Rorsch, I like to do that. You know. All right. So you'll be happy to know their first action for these guys is all going to be moving forward where they can engage in just a moment.
And I did move back when I
You
made
did?
that.
Yeah, that's why this one's coming over here.
I'm just reiterating that I am farther back
Yep.
than everybody else.
Yep, you absolutely are. There, that better? You feel a little better?
A little bit.
Okay.
I mean, not much, but a little.
Only a little?
Yeah.
All right, Vicus.
I take it.
I think an 8's probably going to miss you, Dan.
It does now, yes.
It does. Okay. This guy, his first action, he's just so furious at you taunting him that he's actually ripping the moldy skin off of himself and throwing it at you.
Okay.
Why are you making that face?
That's gross.
The bat, on the other hand, it realizes that all of you will probably taste better.
God damn it.
What?
I do recall saying something about leaving his ass behind. Oh,
Yeah, you did. So, all
He was
right.
very
Shyam,
insistent.
next to you.
I tried to leave him with the kid.
I think a 14 should probably hit you. What do you think?
I think we should have looked for better clothing.
Ah, there you go. Now, you can, if you want, hold on to that until after you see what the damage is.
Okay.
You also have one of those.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had people let me play a possibility and come away with all sorts of damage and be like, here you go. My son likes to do that, actually.
Yeah, that looks good.
I like
Yeah.
that idea.
Stop it.
14 is a good success. So he is going to do 20 damage.
now play it.
That's a lot. For you, that would end up being 2 wounds and 4 shock. Unless you'd like to play that card. Okay, there.
Yeah.
So it's worth seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know? I think my son
Sure,
negated 30
sure,
damage
sure.
once I did. I was so sad. All right, that was all of them. Now this guy is gonna go, and he is so furious at you, Shyam, that he is basically just gonna pick up this pick that he's holding and swing it at your head.
It was very specific.
Now I have good news.
Yes.
Oh, well, sometimes the bad guys get possibilities and they can use them. That was the good news.
Oh, so not good news for him. But for you.
No, it's good news for him, not for him.
Okay.
I'm
But
sorry. Did I confuse?
I'm
My
always
bad.
easily
My bad.
confused.
They've not played many games as a GM there, Rod. So you got to. There's a
I
learning
assume they've
curve.
been watching on Monday and seen what I do. I thought everyone knew I was an asshole. So I think a 16, Shyam, is what, a good success?
Mm-hmm.
We've all got that
Yeah,
+2.
you got a
So
+2 to your defense.
what would that make your
Oh.
defense?
Oh, that's a good point.
11.
An 11, so just barely a good success. 16 damage might hurt.
What's your tough?
My tough is, I think it's 8.
Yep. So
Uh,
that's 1 wound and 2 shock.
Yep.
1 wound, 2 shots.
Which is better than 2 wounds and 4 shock or whatever it was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's one way of putting it.
Look, you let us have our little cupcake of rejoice here.
How much shock you got going there, Mark?
2 and 1 wound.
Okay, so this is your first hit period.
Yeah.
In this fight, yeah. But the werebat's next to him, and he's also going to gang up. I'm going to miss. I don't feel the need to put a point on that. However, the fact that I missed makes me stymied because of your ward enemy.
My ward enemy?
No.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I guess you don't see that I'm actually pointing at Dan there. Dan, right? So, Vicus has ward enemy going.
No.
What level of success did you get?
Well, you said I only got a good success, so.
Oh, is that the outstanding?
That's the
I thought that was
outstanding.
good.
Sorry.
Well, don't be sorry. I feel better now.
I'm sure you do. I was apologizing to everybody else.
So does that mean we get to move another card, or we're not done the round with their
We're not
flurry?
done.
They're
with the
doing their
round yet.
they're doing their flurry right now.
Flurry.
Yeah.
They moved and then
This card is painful. Not as bad as the last one, but it. I mean, you know, it
No,
hurt.
that's okay. I was just checking.
Yep. All right. So I'm going to be attacking 3 of you, and I'm going to have some modifiers. So I have 2 on Sujit.
Oh god, that's so many. Okay.
Right.
I guess now would not be a good time to firebomb yourself.
I mean,
If it works.
Send it all
Yeah.
the way.
Maybe.
I mean,
all right. So let's see. We have Sujit. We have Vicus, and I have 2 on Sham. All right. So I have an 11 for Curtis and Marcus.
Nope, not me.
Okay.
And remember to count that +2.
Mhm.
And Vicus, an 8.
no.
Okay. And I think I probably also missed you, Marcus. Yes.
Your results 11, and my +2 for my defense would be 11. So
So I've hit you. They don't do as nearly as much damage. They only do 8. So I think that's going to be what, some toughness for you.
yeah, that is my toughness.
So it's rather nice, you Marcus,
So
to
you
become
take
like
2
tank.
points of shock. So,
Yeah.
all right. At this point, it is 11:45. This is going to take longer than I thought. So I don't think we're going to go ahead and finish this conflict. Since this is basically this is the end of this first scenario.
So we
And
kill them all?
I just don't want to keep everyone up for another 15 or 20 minutes of rolling it out.
So for
I would think this honestly, and the problem is this is a knife's edge fight, right? This could go either way. You guys got some good cards, right? Especially like you get that leadership out in your pool, and the rally card that you have, Dan, gives you guys the abilities to pull all sorts of cards out on the table. And most of you have a pretty good number of possibilities, except for Shyam.
Yeah.
I would expect, though. Well, no, Shyam, Marcus, you do have a Cosm card. So, where'd your Cosm? Oh, Lights Out. I doubt you'd play Lights Out.
Right.
But you'd probably at some point, where everyone else has a bunch of possibilities, maybe trade your lights out to Curtis for his card called Damned, which lets you steal possibilities from another player and roll corruption.
I also have transfer, which I could just give possibilities.
Oh, yeah.
So I could just play that transfer, give him like half my possibilities.
I could also give him a romance card and let him trade that in for possibilities.
Yeah. Hello, Werebats.
Werebat. How you doing?
Exactly.
Now, in terms
I liked
of
your accent and your human face.
That were going to come up, the next one was going to give you guys some fatigue. The next one was going to take away some of their fatigue. The third one was going to be villain setback. That would have been and then another villain setback after that. Hero flurry. You guys actually would have a chance on this.
Would it had made a difference?
Looking at these cards.
If I focused my fire on the tiller, would that have affected the goslings at all?
The Gospog?
Whatever.
No, not at all.
Right.
Because they're mindless undead.
So if
now they might then attack the Werebat, but he's just going to fly up in the air and wait to see what the Gospog do to you, and then maybe eat your remains.
No, he would have died.
Or if anything, he'd probably come for you.
Yeah.
Because I would expect at some point you'd realize you had silver rounds.
Oh yeah, no, that was going to be
And the moment you do that, he would fly over to you. Because you'd be a very credible threat at that point. So I could see this going either way in terms of do you get away or not. I'm willing to accept some degree of faith that you would, because it's 11:45 and we went later than I said we would. In part, that's because we didn't talk about the rules as a table ahead of time, right? You guys learned the rules as we were going. And I think the pace that we had for you guys having never played the system other than Dan or ever having had an introduction, I think you guys had a pretty good pace going. And I think you figured out the mechanics and figured out the how to cooperate with the cards and help each other and the skills and all that. So I feel it was a successful evening. Hopefully you guys do as well.
No, it was fun. I like
very interesting.
More than I thought I would.
The purpose of the day one, all the different things in this book are basically here are scenarios that help you understand the rules and understand the cosm, understand what's going on at the same time. You guys could have either dealt with him or tried to deal with the Stella. An ambitious group can try to deal with both and get killed, but don't be ambitious, not in a rush.
Sure.
Eventually it assumes that eventually the storms have settled. The sun rises, the survivors get back to Madurai before the next nightfall. And Madurai is a core Earth hard point. A hard point is a place that maintains some of its own reality despite being surrounded by the invading reality. So it means the center of town is core Earth, but the outskirts aren't. Sometimes, especially at night, it might become a little bit mixed. It's a terrible, terrible place to wash. At one point, you guys would eventually see an aircraft landing in Madurai. An aircraft in Aurosh would be almost unheard of, right? The tech axioms simply don't support it.
Yeah.
So if someone flew an aircraft here, there's some sort of realm runner, which is what Sujit was, and able to maintain their rarity. It is an American, specifically, believe it or not, a New Yorker, and you can tell he's a New Yorker because he's wearing a New York Yankees hat. He introduces himself as Quinn Sebastian, says, I'm here as an envoy from the Delphi Council. We're an organization formed to fight these invaders and free the Earth. Things are bad all over, but here it's the worst. The Gaunt Man is the most powerful, the most evil of these High Lords. Will you join us? Together we can beat him, and if we can beat him, we can beat the rest of them. From here on out, the premise of TORG is that your character's Storm Knights are literally fighting to save the world. The Delphi Council sends them all over the world to do things only Storm Knights can do. Go into foreign invading realities and do whatever job has to be done, right? It's not soldiers are needed, to defend the front lines, but you can't send soldiers into a Rorsch. How are they going to hunt for a vampire in the jungles? Especially when everything they know transforms, and all of a sudden they transform, and now they're fodder. Only Storm Knights can really, take those battles to the.
Isn't there a possibility that some of the soldiers actually turn into some of the creatures that they're hunting by the transforming?
Transform into them? No. So, I mean, a werewolf or a vampire is typically going to be bitten. Now, if you're talking about Pan Pacifica, they could become infected. But fortunately, there are no soldiers in Pan Pacifica because there's no invasion there. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Right.
Right.
Just do what you're told.
Right. Now, the place there aren't very many places really where there are soldiers that are doing the fighting. Right? In the Nile Empire, there are soldiers because Pharaoh Mobius uses tanks and armies to conquer, because, quasi-fascist. He has developed something called reality bombs, which he will drop a bomb. It will very temporarily change the reality so that the high-tech tanks don't work. And then his 1930s, World War II era tanks, which do work, roll over and take the field. And then he plants his stelae to, hold the territory he's conquered. He's a conqueror. The cyber papacy, they don't expand with soldiers. Instead, they expand with missionaries. They give you the technology you need. They help you survive. And then they plant Stella because you've asked them to, because they've driven off the demons that are infesting your land. And literally, they do actually drive off demons. People say they summoned the demons in the first place, but who knows? Isle is embroiled in a civil war between the forces of good and evil. It's the only place where you really have armies who are doing a whole lot is going to be in the United States. Because the Russians, after dropping a nuke on the Tharkoldu, the techno demons, eventually had a peace treaty with them, and now the Russian premier is a member of the High Lord's retinue, and he has his own territory. The Russians are collaborating. Right. It's messed up. The whole world is messed up, and it's so much fun to play in. I think Dan had alluded to earlier, he said, hey, the one thing you'll talk about or announce at the end of the session, which we are almost an hour late, is we have Torganized play, which is kind of our answer to an organized play style campaign like the old Living Forgotten Realms or DDAL, Pathfinder Society, etc., where it's you create a character and you take them XP and level them up and go from game to game, and hey, there's an adventure this evening, I can play that. Or, hey, there's this book, I'm going to play the book, and then I'm going to take my character and go somewhere else. So the ability to sample all the different realities becomes a lot of fun. So look us up on Facebook there. I won't keep anyone else I won't keep you guys later than that because we're an hour past.
I will actually see if I can link it in our channel. As soon as
that'd be great.
Find it. There we go. Copying the link
now,
address.
for the four of you, I am going to send you a sheet that says, hey, I played a day one. So if I do a Torganized play thing, I can either take the character I had, or I can make a new one and give them some XP.
There's the Facebook group right now in the chat. So if you guys want to check that out, you're more than welcome to.
And which chat?
It's in the actual stream chat.
I'm going to hit join group. If you deny me, I will be sad.
There you go. I'll put it.
No, you don't have to worry. I don't think I've ever denied anyone who's tried to join the group.
Just put that out there for the interwebs.
I mean, it doesn't have like my address or anything. It's a Facebook group. That's real easy. I will be honest. I do for anyone that goes to join, if I don't recognize the name, I'll go look and see when they joined Facebook. And if I see that they joined like 2 weeks ago and all their pictures is sexy hot girl, I'm like, no. I know you're
not a bot.
Not in any game. No. They're like not in any game groups or anything like that. It's like, oh, okay, you're coming here to spam our members. No. But other than that,
thank you for running the game tonight.
It's been a very interesting game.
It's like different. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a lot of fun. I get excited about running.
I've been enjoying our Wednesday night games. Plus, we got one we're going to stream some more on the 28th.
Saturday the 28th. Yep, we're going to do a little short 3-part series. Should take us probably anywhere from 6 to 8 hours for the day, I think.
All this down. Guys, I have to jet. I am falling asleep at the desk here.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Thank you
Take
so
care.
much
Staying
again.
late.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us tonight. Check back with us Sunday at 7 to Dungeons and Veterans. Monday, we don't have a Monday game this week, do we?
No, it is my daughter's 10th birthday, so no.
Oh,
Okay.
Happy early birthday.
So, and we have not canceled our Friday game yet, but depending upon work schedule, as far as Ronnie's concerned, hopefully he'll get enough rest and we'll get back on that. But we'll keep
It
you
is the
posted.
day after Thanksgiving as well.
It is, but I mean,
There's no big family gatherings this year. So.
yeah. What are you gonna do? Go do Black Friday and be around all those people? No, you just come
I
watch
don't do
us.
that anyway. I
Yeah.
do all my shopping online.
Yeah, I'm
over a
done
day.
almost already.
So thanks for joining us. Don't forget to check out the GUI Cube Kickstarter. And as I always end every one of my sessions with, we're all in this adventure together. So just remember the golden rule. Treat those around you the way you would like to be treated yourself.
I thought it was he who has the gold makes the rules.
I thought it was don't be an asshole.
I broke that.
Just now. So with that, good night, everybody. Have a good week.
Night.
Take
Good
care.
night.